Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, a remarkable way to neutralize a pernicious bad habit. Fume has served more than 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use the code SACRED to get a free gift with your journey pack. Head to tryfume.com, that's TRYFUM.com, and use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, to get a free gift with your order today. Again, that's tryfume.com with the checkout code SACRED to get in on the global phenomenon Fume, changing lives around the world with the power of flavor. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. Did I catch you? Fixing your camera, Dustin?
I was fixing my camera a little bit. I gotta have the pristine shot.
Yeah, fair enough. I didn't mean to catch you right there in that moment. This is episode number 306. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, good to see you today, my friend. How goes your life?
Pretty okay. No complaints. I have to say, though, I'm a little annoyed today because my alarms didn't go off as early as I wanted them to. So I woke up 30 minutes ago at 9:30.
Mm-hmm.
And I usually wake up at these days I'm waking up at 7:30 or 8.
That's gratuitous.
So it really kind of threw me off today. I'm like, oh man, I have no time to, this kind of sucks. I've grown really used to getting up way early.
Well,
and that feels weird.
What do you do? You fucking wake up and read the New York Times or something? What are you doing at 7:30 in the morning?
I wake up, I do read a little bit. I don't read the New York Times. I wake up, I read, I make breakfast, usually just bacon, eggs, and some random other thing that I have. I really have to go grocery shopping.
Wow, bacon! Love bacon.
And then I don't know. I prepare for the show. I kind of plan my day, plan out the rest of the week if anything's gotten bumped, and then I usually just do the show because we do Snark Tank this and then Snark Tank again for the last half of the week. It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Interesting.
That's kind of our schedule.
You guys do 2 episodes a week?
Yeah, we do 2 episodes a week, and then we do one completely exclusive one.
Oh, okay, for Patreon.
Yeah, that's usually we've been doing this advice column thing lately. That's been really fun. But
oh, good.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm really thrown off today because this is all I've had. I usually can at least get an egg or something.
Interesting. Well, drink your water and be well. Dustin Furman, executive producer. Welcome to the show. Good to see you. How are you today?
Doing okay. And Chris, I understand I'm the same way in that sometimes when you wake up, you got to just exist a bit, remember who you are, what you're about, what kind of thing, before you even figure out what you got to do. It's lately, I don't know, as I get older, I sleep heavier and heavier to the point where there's times where I wake up in the morning and I think I didn't turn or move the entire night. And I can feel it, When I was a kid, I would be maybe not in a good way. But I was rolling, left and right, waking up occasionally at night. Not anymore. Now I'm gone. I'm in the void for who knows how long, many hours. But I guess it's a good thing. But like I said, when you wake up, who am I?
Right.
That's the question.
Was deep. It was very existential. I had no idea you were going through such a crisis. Got an email here from Domino's Pizza letting me know that my Domino's rewards points are about to expire.
Oh.
Well, not about to. I mean, it says it's about to, but it's June 8th it'll expire. I only have 20 points. It says 20 points can get me a free dip cup. A 16-piece Parmesan bread bites or a 20-ounce drink. It's you're emailing me for this? Get the fuck out of here. You kidding?
It costs more to send that email.
I know. Yeah, stop emailing me about this. I don't care. Did you see that we had Papa John's the other night? I heard Micah told you that.
Micah told me about it. I was very curious in that there seems to be some inconsistency in the Papa John lineage or locations. Now, what was your review?
It was fine. It was good. I mean, every once in a while, I'm in the mood for a shitty Domino's / Pizza Hut / Papa John's pizza. It just hits the spot. It's good. Yeah. The toppings are good, whatever. It's not really pizza, but I ordered Papa John's last probably in San Francisco and I wasn't really crazy about it. And then, I just kind of ignored it. We don't have a Pizza Hut that delivers to us because I do like Pizza Hut, probably the best of those three.
Deep dish? Oh,
Sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes, sometimes you get the thin crust.
It's heavy, the deep dish.
Yeah, it's like a fork and a knife kind of thing, And so anyway, we don't have the Pizza Hut option. Domino's is fine, as you see. We've ordered it before, but then we saw that we see the Papa John's car, driving about, bopping about. So it's like, well, fine. Well, here's what I noticed. It seems a little cheaper than Domino's, probably like cumulatively $10 cheaper for like a similar order, which I thought, and it was pretty good. What I was wondering was Papa John's better when it was racist? And like sometimes you want to keep that involved, and don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, I guess is what I'm saying.
Right.
If the pizza's better, but Papa John was racist, I say we keep Papa John around.
Yeah.
And just put him in a fucking closet somewhere. You don't have to listen to him. He's just a crazy old man.
Now,
so that's what I've been thinking about.
Yeah. What do you think about the, you brought up the cup that you get from Domino's. You can get that free sauce cup. How do you feel about the garlic sauce that comes with the PJs?
I don't use that.
You don't use it?
No, I didn't even try it. Micah might have, but I didn't use it. And Papa John's comes with a little pepper, which I think is just a weird tradition.
Yeah, I don't need that.
I don't know what that's all about. Who a prolific owner of Papa John's franchises is Peyton Manning. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And that's why he was in a shit ton of commercials with Papa John before the racism came out. So he owned like a shit ton of them in Colorado or something. Very weird. I don't know why I know that either, but I do know that.
That's a really confusing fact.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like that that's true.
Yeah. It's interesting that people with like money, like lots and lots of money, I can see investing in things like that, just passive income. If you trust that this is going to kind of just burn for you a little bit, then open 7 or 10 Papa John's restaurants.
It's just a strange combination of things. Like it would be like finding out like Weird Al owns like 50% of all PC Richards. Like it would just be like a really strange combination.
No one knows about PC Richards unless you're in New York, basically.
I don't know what it is. So
PC Richards and Sons is a famous electronics store that really can only be found on Long Island, New York City, probably Westchester, and maybe like Connecticut. And somehow has never gone out of business. Just they sponsor a ton of shit. They have commercials. They sponsor the Islanders. And actually, when there's like I think you'll find that Dustin will not even understand this reference, but you definitely will, Chris. When there's when there's like an away penalty in an Islanders game, over the loudspeaker, it goes, wait. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's a whistle, but I can't do it.
That's
the chime that's at the end of the commercial. And they've like even sponsored that. Yeah.
That's crazy. Wow. That's a wild intertwining. I do have to say. But yeah, I guess that explains why I don't see, because I remember thinking that they did go out of business because I went to the West Coast. I just like, oh, nobody knows what this is. And it didn't even occur to me that it was just like a regional thing, because I remember seeing commercials for them so much. Like I think there was one in the Cross County Mall in Westchester. I think it might have been in the same building as the Sports Authority, or the Sports Illustrated store or something like that. It was like something like that. It was a weird.
I don't know if Sports Authority does Sports Authority exist anymore, or did they go out of business too?
No, they're probably gone.
I was just talking about that.
I would get my Pokemon cards there.
Oh, interesting. I would buy. I used to go there all the time when I was a kid, and I was just saying this and wondering about what happened to them, because I just went to Dick's Sporting Goods, which wasn't a thing when I was a kid. I don't know if it was probably somewhere else. It's very similar to Target. Like Target was a thing even in the 80s. But I had no Target was not a thing I ever even heard of until I was probably an adult, which is crazy when you think about that. Like we didn't have them, so anyway, it doesn't matter. What were we talking about? Just PC Richards, but something else before that.
Oh, owning Peyton Manning, you said?
Oh, Peyton Manning, right. So I guess what happened with Peyton Manning was he did commercials for Papa John's, and then they developed a relationship with each other, and then he got like sold on all this stuff. So it's kind of an interesting situation. But speaking of Dick's Sporting Goods, I went to Dick's Sporting Goods yesterday, and we were reflecting on Sports Authority on if it existed anymore, ironically. But I went in there, two things. Lots of employees, lots of people work Dick's Sporting Goods. Seems like too many people. The second thing, let's say 1.5, no hockey stuff at all. Now, this doesn't surprise me. I'm not looking for like ice hockey stuff, but like no street hockey sticks or whatever. That's strange. That's a strange thing. What? My phone just... Oh, Micah texted me. Oh, she says Poopcock Richards. That's what she thinks PC Richards stands for.
Poopcock Richards.
It's really important.
But the other point is that I went to Dick's Sporting Goods because I bought new free weights, and I'm proud to announce that. So when I started lifting, in quotes, I started using 2 15-pound free weights, and then I increased them each to 22 pounds a piece, which is like the max that those like proprietary Amazon ones can hold or whatever. And I've been using those. So I was like, I feel like I'm plateauing. I'm plateauing. It's not getting any bigger. I want more bigger. Feel it. I mean, it feels great. The muscle. So I went and I looked at their free weights, and they had these 25-pound free weights, and I'm like, that's just not enough. So I went 30 pounds, 2 30-pound ones. These things are expensive.
Yes,
but I was remarking to Mike as we were going, because I'm always interested in business and like what's going on and like why things cost what they do. And I'm like, it's got to be all shipping costs with these things. Can you imagine shipping that stuff? That's got to be like the whole thing, like the whole price.
Sports Authority, by the way.
Yeah.
Defunct 2016.
Oh, okay. So they've been gone. Yeah. R.I.P.
They done been gone. They were owned by Kmart until 1994, and then they got sold to Gart Sports or something. I don't know what the fuck that is. But they're gone.
Interesting.
Kind of a shame. I wonder what that building is then in Cross County today.
I'm always intrigued by, sometimes this comes up on one of our favorites, Company Man, where there's like a restaurant or a store that has many locations, and they shrink down to just having a few. I think we talked about Sears a few weeks ago, having just a few locations.
Yeah, they're
surprisingly, Butler, PA, home of one of the last remaining Ponderosa steakhouses. And let me tell you, it's horrific. It is just truly one of the worst places to eat. People around here, though, man, they love it. People, apparently, it's a destination. People come in from out of state to go to Ponderosa. I don't know if you guys have been to one of these, but
no,
you don't need to. Avoid it.
No.
Avoid it at all costs.
I love regional chains. One of the regional, somewhat regional, it's like kind of an East Coast, Northeast, maybe Mid-Atlantic chain that's kind of going away that I'm really, really sad about. And my wife is too, is Friendly's.
Oh, yeah.
I fucking love Friendly's. Not only the Fribble and like the ice cream and all that, that's good shit, and I really only eat vanilla ice cream. That shouldn't surprise anyone, of course, but the food. Did you guys ever go to Friendly's or eat at Friendly's before? Like, you just get a good burger, good melt, they have breakfast. I'm totally confounded by how Friendly's, like, this must be a company that has been saddled with some other company's debt or something. Like, how could it be going so badly for such a good company? It sucks.
I've definitely... Yeah, I remember I had Friendly's, I think, at least once, and it was entirely fine.
Yeah, I used to go there all the time, like on the island and in Massachusetts, because they were up there too, and that's where Micah knows it from as well. But so RIP and peace Friendly's as well, although I guess they're still kind of ticking along. Actually, you guys know what a Fribble is? Like, that's like their signature shake. It's called a Fribble. And
no,
Micah had noticed, this is very canny, right? We live on this, there's this big cross street called Hull Street where everything's off of or whatever. And one of the streets off of Hull Street is called Fribble Way. And she had cannily noticed this, and then was like, and then someone had pointed out, I think it was my brother-in-law, was like, that's where the Friendly's used to be. And I'm like, these motherfuckers built their own road to make this thing and then named it Fribble Way. The audacity.
That's cute.
I get a little annoyed in my area because we live in a huge development. So, I only know this anecdotally because I knew a builder when I was younger who built the place where I grew up, where he would name the streets after like people he cared about, or like we lived on Marie Court. Marie is his wife, right? As an example. Right. And I'm around here and I'm like, these names fucking suck. How can you be given so many great names? Like, you have dozens of opportunities to name streets around here, and you're naming them the fucking stupidest shit. White Daisy Road or whatever. It's like, what? Are you kidding? White Daisy is what you're naming it? Come on, man. I'd be all over. I would pay good money to be able to name some of these streets.
Like Cobra Road?
Yeah,
or
like
Viper Street, something?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think deeply about it, but that's the point. right? White Daisy.
Yeah, G.I. Joe way.
G.I. Joe way, right? Gets sued by Hasbro. Who are they going to sue? The county of Chesterfield?
exactly.
Come
on. Let's be realistic.
Right. It's sacred. Yeah, let's be realistic, Chris. That's great. That's a good point. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. Welcome. Good to be here with all of you guys today. We have not a lot to talk about, but several major topics to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is going to be a good episode. In my opinion, I don't know. Will I pat myself on the back during this episode? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm definitely going to do that. It's good to be here with all of you and good to be here with my co-hosts as well. Thank you so much for your support over on Patreon. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access to every episode of this show, access to our weekly supplement on Patreon called Sacred Symbols Plus, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, get your name in the credits, access to the monthly Q&A, and so on and so forth. We could not do it without your support on Patreon. And remember, our early ad-free access, the ability to submit those inquiries, etc., span all of the different shows on Last Stand's network. So $5 a month is really the most popular, what would you say, entry point? Let's call it that. I look at the numbers. We have the $1 tier and the $2 tier. Between those two tiers, we only have a couple thousand people. Pretty much everyone else is at the $5 tier. And that's maximally valuable, especially if you're into Defining Duke, and Summon Sign, Constellation.
Yeah.
Punching Up.
Yeah.
High value. Low cost. Easy to access. RSS feeds. YouTube videos. Timestamps. Come on. Come join us. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia. Tristan Shelton wrote into us on Patreon, just like you can, and says, hello, I'll keep this short. Sacred 300 video when? Thanks. I noticed it was in the back end.
It is.
And I watched a little bit of it. It looks great. We're going to hold it for just a little bit because we are going to announce the next show when we reveal episode 300 recorded on YouTube for Patreon. So you'll get access to that on patreon.com/LastStandMedia. We'll let everyone know when the next show is going to be and where. It'll be in the coming months, late summer, I would say. And obviously patrons will have first access to tickets to that show as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. Many a person are going to be there. Many a person is going to be there. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was planting flowers yesterday. We're going to talk about this in a little while, and I realized that I just talk to myself on a constant basis. Like I'm just always talking to myself and correcting myself on the fly and all that, like that. I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah, out loud.
Yeah. Out loud. Yeah.
Oh, my dad does that.
Yeah, my dad definitely. My dad definitely does that. I remember. I think he would always think he was home alone. And then he would be in the kitchen doing dishes and be like, no one puts the fucking cups where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, right.
It's like, and I caught myself doing that at one point when I lived with with roommates, just speaking to myself, like complaining at me, just like, no one puts away the fucking butter knives. I was like, oh no, it's a genetic, it's completely hereditary. But
love it.
Yeah.
I love the talking to yourself. It's a little passive aggressive. It's a little therapeutic, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. It's getting anger out so that, you don't beat up some random person on the street instead. So it's a good thing it's a good practice, I think.
Right.
But
I agree.
When I moved in by myself, I realized that like there was a couple days where, especially in the first few days where I wasn't podcasting because I didn't have internet and I didn't have I was trying to set all that stuff up. I would go through an entire day. And at the end of the day, I would realize, oh my God, I haven't spoken once. Like I haven't used my voice at all today. I've just been completely silent. And that
reminds me of that Curb episode. The clip goes around sometimes of Richard Lewis and Larry when they meet the guy that's on its vow of silence. And Richard Lewis is like, what the fuck was that? You know?
Oh, yeah.
It's a good clip.
We're carving our way through Curb right now. What? I'm sorry, Chris?
He says, what is he, a mime or something?
Yeah, what is he, a mime? Right. What is he, a fucking mime or something? Something weird. I'm giving it a little Italian stank for no reason, but you understand.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, Sacred Symbols Plus. Okay, so we do an episode of Sacred Symbols for Patreon every week, an additional second episode. And these are about a bunch of different topics and deep dives. We did 2 of them for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, one with a general review and spoiler discussion, without me and then one with me and Brad. We did an episode, not we, but you, Dustin, led, I think, a Fallout episode about the Fallout TV show on Amazon. We did one. Let me see what else here. Oh, the catch-up episode. That was fun. People really seem to be enjoying that. We did a totally off-topic episode where we didn't talk about games at all. And so you can go check that out. The Ken Levine episode will be next up. And so we haven't heard back from, I've talked to them today actually, but we haven't gotten any edits back from them yet. I don't know if they're going to even ask for any edits, which would be pretty cool. So that will be up in the coming days. Please look forward to that. All right, let's see here. Alex Bolton. Oh, yes. He was writing in about the random show. He says, hey boys, Alex Bolton says, love the random SS Plus episode and the 9/11 talk. Just writing in to let you know my maternal grandmother's birthday is 9/11 and my fraternal grandmother's birthday is January 6th. Princess Diana died on my birthday. What is going to happen on my son's birthday? July 30th.
That might be my son's birthday.
That could be your son's birthday.
Could be. We'll see.
Chris, Colin, Dustin Furman.
Now, this write-in, I felt uncomfortable. Love the random SS Plus episode and the 9/11 talk. I just don't know if you should say you should love 9/11 talk.
Yeah.
You know, you could say it was interesting.
Yeah.
Little. I mean, we did talk about 9/11 to some degree, but yeah, birthdays. That's the thing. There's like some stat that if you have an arena filled with 50,000 people, there's going to be tons of people that share birthdays because, so it's more than likely people in your life, people share birthdays and have them on these days. There are millions of people that have a 9/11 birthday that have to deal with that.
That must suck so hard. But yeah, I don't know, man. The whole, what you have a weird history here with January 6th and the death of Princess Diana and 9/11. That's ominous.
Mm-hmm.
So like, from here on out, if your son's birthday is July 30th, I would avoid anything on July 30th. Planning anything, a wedding, anything like that, because you don't want to double up. You want to get different dates of value, so that way at least if something bad happens on one of these days, other things are spared.
Yeah, spread the field.
Right.
Yeah. July 30th, that's the day the rapture is going to happen.
Yeah. And then only 3 people are going to disappear.
Yeah, and it'll just be most of us still here. It'll be so few people taking that people will be like, oh, maybe they just went out.
Yeah, it'll be 3 Quaker toddlers will vanish, and then and then everybody else is completely unaffected.
God is like, so imagine if God wasn't a determinist and he just lets it play out and he's like, damn, this sucks. These guys all suck. There's these guys, they're a bunch of clowns. Can't believe this. I'm starting again. Goes to another parallel universe and starts again. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Lastdaymedia.store for merch. T-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, stickers, and so on and so forth. We somehow sold more than 400 of those Moriarty ray gun shirts. As I said, we got them. They arrived via FedEx or UPS or whatever a couple of days ago. 8 boxes, huge boxes sitting in my garage right now. Mike is on that, and those will be going out along with the accoutrements that people bought, pins and stickers and so on. We appreciate you. We'll have more exclusive merch coming soon. And finally, leave us nice reviews on podcast services. If you can follow us on YouTube and leave a comment if you like, or like the video if you want to, or you can downvote it if you want. I think I think downvoting is just as good as upvoting algorithmically, as I understand, because I think it just wants activity, right? So that's what you want to do. That's fine. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, a remarkable way to neutralize a pernicious bad habit. Learn more now at tryfume.com today. That's FUM, and use the code SACRED at checkout. Okay, so I say this a lot, but it bears repeating over the years. I'm not your dad. As desperate as some of you are for that to actually be the case, well, it isn't. And I'm not here to tell you what to do. But I do worry about some of you out there, and I want us to all have an eye towards taking better care of ourselves, even if we only employ chip damage. Of course, my friends at Fume are capable of much more than mere chip damage. By utilizing their pioneering so-called flavored air device, you can replace a notoriously bad habit with a neutral one, all through the wonders of flavored air. So here's the rub. Fume is a well-constructed, sturdy cylinder using high-quality wood and metal, and into it you put replaceable flavored and scented items called cores. These cores come in a wide variety of flavors/scents like crisp mint, maple pepper, white cranberry, or my personal favorite, orange vanilla, amongst others. By pulling on your fume, you'll get the scent and flavor you desire, but the beauty is that it's all just the air around you with a touch of a little something. Using your fume is thus a completely neutral act, but if you replace something else with fume, well, you're doing something amazingly positive for your health, period. But here's what I love about fume the most. It's totally analog. There's nothing to turn on and therefore nothing to charge. It all just works as is, which is why my fume sits forever on my desk for when I want to taste, all without having to worry about if it's charged. It isn't, but that's fine because it'll work nonetheless. There's no vapor, no nicotine, no toxicity, just you, your fume, and flavored air that, believe it or not, can change your life. Or you can be like me and just use it for the pure fun of it. Either way, you're golden. Fume has served more than 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use the code SACRED to get a free gift with your journey pack. Head to tryfume.com, that's tryfum.com, and use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, to get a free gift with your order today. Again, that's tryfume.com with the checkout code SACRED to get in on the global phenomenon fume, changing lives around the world with the power of flavor. Ross R. Lowe wrote in, said, "Hey CDC, Colin, I've noticed that when you're reading the producer names at the end of each show, LSM's own Lockmort has his name on the list. Shouldn't his S-tier edits and having to suffer in life by living in Europe qualify him for a complimentary subscription? Surely he deserves it all for the quality content he makes for LSM. Keep up the great content, and I look forward to Chris, Colin, Dustin joining Sacred as the fourth chair." That would be amazing. Imagine this, okay? Let's... Mm-hmm. Greetings and salutations. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 844. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined today by Chris Raygun, Dustin Furman, and Chris Colin, Dustin Furman. Be pretty awesome, you know?
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
I like that.
I don't like it at all.
You're right about Lockmort. I have no idea why he's still paying for the content. Certainly we can... Like, I think even Hogue has access. I'm saying even Hogue, like Hogue doesn't do shit, but I mean, Lockmort is... Even Hogue has access, I think, to their Patreon without paying. And Jaffe and others. So I think we can probably get him involved in that. That's a great point. You know, my mom is in the credits. And I keep telling her, I'm like, Mom, I'll just give you access. She's like, no, you know.
Right. Yeah. And it's important, just like we don't have gift subscriptions. It would be cool if you did, but basically the only way to do that is to make them a teammate.
That's too easy.
You know? So,
gift subscriptions? That's too good of an idea.
No, can't do that.
I've been on Patreon for like 13 years now. We're still waiting for a lot of things, but I do appreciate them, and I do love the service. And God, do they just experiment on our Patreon like it's never ending? Like the thing, like I've said this before. Like we're putting a bunch of betas for different things that they test, and a lot of them do end up deploying, which is interesting. They're very nice over there. However, I feel like it's probably one of those situations. I think I've told you guys this anecdote before, that I went to an offsite at IGN once where they were trying to, we had a proprietary backend, we had a proprietary publishing system, which is unheard of in the modern era. And it was called Network in a Box, and it was built in the 90s. And then we used it until 2012. And they described it as a ball of rubber bands. And you have to get to the 5 rubber bands in the middle. But the only way you can really get them off is to remove every rubber band, and what that breaks, and then that breaks the next thing down, and so on and so forth. There's a wonderful analogy. Anyway, so Ross Lockmort, he suffers enough. S-tier edits, living in Europe. We can do something for you, I think. I think we can accommodate you.
Should be a charity for people who live in Europe.
Yeah, it's called NATO.
Discounted Patreon, 5% off.
Are you or somebody you love stuck in Europe? It's got the Sarah McLachlan commercial. It's got the Sarah McLachlan song. In the arms of... And it's just a picture of Lockmort in Belgium. It's a picture of Lockmort in Belgium, and then it cuts to slow motion footage of a frail little English boy chasing chasing porridge or something. I don't know what the fuck they do.
He's like covered in coal, like one of those old pictures of like the kids that worked in the mines and stuff. Yeah, the chimney sweeper, maybe.
Yeah, a little
slow motion video of a guy getting stabbed in London.
Yeah,
right. Help me, please.
Help me, Tomby. Tomby, help me.
Are you to me, Tomby?
All right. I need you guys to explain this to me, Dustin. I fully expect that you will know exactly what I'm talking about here. It's time to get into topics of discussion. Fozzie Bear wrote in and said, "Hey, sacred dudes, let me propose the real winner of the Drake-Kendrick beef." So just a quick aside. I still don't know anything about this, but we did discuss this on the Off-Topic Sacred Symbols Plus episode, so people can go listen to that, and that's why it's coming up. He says the real winner of the beef is Radec. LSM community member Radec successfully trolled IGN Latin America, Game Rant, the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, and thousands of others into thinking that the Drake-Kendrick beef delayed the next PlayStation showcase. The Game Rant writer, who has more than 100,000 followers, has yet to correct his article about this. The article still sits on their site unchanged, forever enshrining Radec's legendary Joker moment. Please clap. Dustin, what the hell happened here? I'm confused about I don't know anything about. I'm confused. Just talk, please.
Okay, so he mentions Real Radec, member of our community, very active in our Discord. Great guy. He's a troll, but he's the good kind of troll. Good kid. You know, he means well.
White hat troll?
Yeah.
White hat. Yeah. Maybe.
White hat trolling?
White hat trolling?
White hat trolling. He's a good kid. He's a good kid in the Mad City. He's a good kid.
I was on his show a few months ago, so that's out there too. But I'll read you the tweet here from Radec. You know what? I want to embed this in the show because this is how awesome I think it is. He said, "I can't believe this, but DJ Academics might have just accidentally revealed that the 2024 PlayStation Showcase is dropping sometime next week. Claims that Kendrick can't drop until after Sony airs the showcase due to a current marketing deal." Source at Academics on IG. And he doctored this image, supposed to be from DJ Academics, showing Kendrick PlayStation logo, and totally doctored it. And this is just a masterclass of trolling here. And as Fozzie Bear says, IGN Brazil, what was it? I don't want to make sure I get the right site. Game Rant all picked this up. Maybe some of them have corrected, maybe some not. I haven't checked the current status, but this is a valuable lesson that even if you're reading something on a website, maybe take another look. Maybe just take another look. Masterful work, Radec.
Good shit.
10 out of 10. Yeah. Trolling everybody.
Good shit.
Absolutely love to see it.
I am, just as an aside, I'm coining white hat, gray hat, and black hat trolling. Like these, why can't that be deployed in that way? This is a sort of bait troll, as opposed to a malicious troll. Right. And I love it. And he's one of ours.
He is one of ours. That's true.
What a good boy.
Very proud of him.
That's a good boy.
Funny.
That's a young boy doing that real Radec.
He is from Canada though. And supported Drake in the beef. So
I don't care about that.
We can't all be perfect.
That's true. Everyone has their flaws.
It's rough.
Yeah. Jesus was a carpenter, but I can't point to a single goddamn thing he made.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you imagine that Jesus, he must have gotten hired for a job, right?
Yeah.
Like somewhere
1099.
And so they heard there. All right. So there's like a guy in Judea, right? There's just like a middle-class guy in Judea, like a merchant, and he hires Jesus to build like an extension, right, to his house. And then a decade later, they're like, he's reading, the newspaper or whatever. There is no newspaper. And he's like, wait a minute, the Romans just executed Jesus Christ. We were supposed the guy who built this?
My deck is half done.
And he's claiming he's the son of God?
It almost sounds like a ancient Rome Curb Your Enthusiasm episode where it's like, they just executed my carpenter.
Yeah, exactly.
Am I supposed to, he's got them, do I get a refund? What do we?
Yeah, he's half done. It's half done.
Yeah, it's half completed.
He used to call his home insurance on that one. Though, here's the thing: if you have a deck built by, if you believe the Son of God, I mean, that's probably a pretty awesome deck. You have to imagine. Probably the
I would
best
hope
deck
so. Yeah.
ever.
Do you think he has
Yeah.
to use a level, or he just knows?
That would also be a funny
Yeah.
sketch of Jesus, like just slightly doing things through miracles, like building no level.
Yeah.
No, he never has to measure. He
Yeah.
just
He's
he just
walking.
knows.
He walks across a perfectly level surface, and everybody is like awestruck.
Yeah. Yeah, he just walks up to wood with a saw and just starts sawing it in the perfect place.
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm actually picturing, it's even funnier because actually in my mind's eye, I'm picturing him using like a buzz saw. Like he walks up to it and it's like, "Wee."
I'm picturing him using. I like the idea of him even having one of those little plastic thing with the green liquid in it, the levelers.
Right, right.
Just the idea that he would even have one of those.
And he's got a pencil in his ear. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
whole scenario really tickles me.
Yeah.
Like
it's
I really
funny.
love this entire premise.
It's funny. Do something
Yeah,
with it.
it is good.
It's like
You're
a
more
Life of
clever than I am.
Brian sketch or something.
It is.
Fozzie, thank you for writing in.
Big fan.
Real Radec. Keep up the good work. All right. Calcifer wrote in. Said, hey, Colin, in recent conversations talking about game length, you said some media forms other than games like movies or TV shows can be too long. What makes that argument invalid when talking about podcasts, in your opinion? Also, would love to hear Chris and Dustin's opinion on this. Well, I did think about this before I said it because I knew that this would come up. This is like one of those, you have to defend your flank, right?
Right.
We put out an enormously long podcast by comparison to most podcasts. So I understand that. However, I don't look at, this is ephemera. This isn't a product. This episode you're listening to now will be irrelevant in several weeks and will basically never be listened to again. And it's timestamped in both audio and video form, so you can just skip around. There's no mystery about what lays in the podcast at all.
Right.
I can see you opening up a 5-hour audio file with no description and nothing and being like, I don't know what to do with this. And you can probably put it through AI and just read a transcript if you wanted. And that would be quicker. But in my opinion, they're quite different. This is talk radio. This is just shit in the background. It's not an artistic product. It's not even really a commercial product. It's just some weird thing. Podcasts are strange. Now, I will say that there are podcasts that are more than that. And there are many, many long, like insanely long podcasts that dwarf Sacred Symbols that justify every minute of them. I think specifically of Hardcore History. Each of those series is like 25, 30 hours. You know, like split into like 4 audio files. And they're amazing. And they can be twice as long and good. So I understand what you're saying, but trust that I thought about that. That podcasts, at least the kind we make, are meant to be listened to, digested, not really paid attention to. It's something you put on your car when you're at the work site. You're cooking in the kitchen. Every podcast I listen to, I miss parts of it, sometimes big swaths of it, as I go about my business. I'm not trying to disrespect our own work. I'm just trying to say, like, you're giving us too much credit. Now, where you can nail me on this is my games. I've written 4 games. Tell me how long those are. I'd love to know about how long those games are, which can all be beaten easily in an hour. So in that respect, I think where I'm putting out products that are forever products, I've spoken pretty loudly. And even when you get our role-playing game, which is taking forever, I understand, but it's way harder than it's. I'll give people a little insight. I've said this before. It's the art. It's the major barrier. We have artists working on it, but it's a lot of assets. It's not really much of anything else that like the story's done. You know, the everything is known. It's really the art assets, and we're small and we have to kind of chip away at it. But even when that game comes out, you'll find that it is I don't really know because we haven't actually padded it yet. We that's still going to be part of the design, but I would assume 20 hours. Something like that. So, I mean, that's me putting my money where my mouth is, I think, in some sense. How do you guys feel about this? And I'm not saying that you necessarily, Calcifer specifically asks, so I do go to you, but I'm really the one making the argument that games are too long, vociferously. You guys defer to me, but I'm really not sure where you stand on this in totality. So let's get into it. Chris, let's go to you first.
Yeah, I mean, I do generally agree, and I do think that is kind of the key difference, where like, you know, a song or a TV show or a movie is meant to, it's specifically meant to captivate your attention through the entire time. Like, you're supposed to keep your eyes on it. It's crafting like some kind of story that, like, oh my god, if you miss a certain scene in like a TV show, that's very likely a pretty pivotal scene if it's a well written TV show. But like, you know, podcasts are ephemera is a good way to put it, where we are, and I say this with a positive, it sounds negative, but I mean it positively. We are background radiation for people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what I consider podcasts to be. And I like them when they are that. There are other podcasts that I listened to like a while ago. Like, I think, was it This American Life or something that was a little bit more structured and a little bit more like you could theoretically go back to it and get like, it was almost like an episode of something on the History Channel or something where you could,
very much
you
so.
could theoretically see yourself going back and listening to those episodes like maybe 5 or 6 years down the line. But you would really only do that with our show if you were going back to like maybe like, I don't know, fact check something, or like maybe if you were at just purely curious about like what was the reaction to when this news dropped, and maybe you'd find yourself going back. But there would be no, it's just a very different thing. And so, yeah, I don't think it fully applies. I do think podcasts can be too long, but that's really a lot more of a subjective argument in comparison to the argument about like TV and movies and music, where if you listen to a 15-minute song, like that better be a damn good song.
Yeah, that's a long song.
You know?
So I couldn't listen to Humphreys McGee anymore. I used to love that band. And that specific album, Anchor Drops, was a really, really great record. And then we started watching, like Ramon went and saw them, and then we started watching them live stuff. And then they just turn every one of their 4-minute songs into like 20-minute jams. I'm like, this sucks.
Yeah, it's
play the song, Fish. Okay, I'm fucking dude. I appreciate every type of music, including jam bands. But come on, man. Like, if I'm going to a 2-hour show, I want you to play a song every 4 or 5 minutes at you know, the least, like maybe even every 3 minutes. Right. You see a Green Day. It's like, come on, get to the next fucking song.
There's almost like a Vine logic to it, in like where like, do you remember? This was my issue with TikTok in comparison to Vine a while ago, where like if you watched a bad Vine, you only had to sacrifice 6 bad seconds max. You know what I mean? So like, even if a Vine wasn't good, you were already kind of in it, and you knew that you were already almost out of it. So it was like, all right, I'll watch this. But at TikTok, sometimes I'll be like, 3 minutes in, and then like, click for part 2. It's like, no, I'm not doing that. And it's like with music, it's somewhat similar, where it's like, you want to make sure that like people's expectations of a song is like 3 to 4 minutes. And so if that's a song that like, even if you're in a crowd or playing in front of a crowd that's full of like people who like you, not everybody's going to like the same song. So you want to craft an environment where like, if somebody isn't super into the song you're playing, you know that it's going to be over soon. So there'll be another chance to maybe hook that person. If you got a 10-minute jam, it's like, oh my God, that's misery for somebody who doesn't know or doesn't like that specific song, but otherwise likes your discography. So you gotta keep these things in mind. There's like a meta game to all this. Unless it's, you know, the whole point of the song, which is like, I don't know, what's that really long song on American Idiot?
Oh, I don't know.
Jesus of Suburbia.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Unless it's something, it's something like that, where it's like that's kind of the point of it. But like to artificially extend, you better do it in a pretty cool way.
Oh,
I know Savior. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say Homecoming's the longest song on American Idiot.
Is Jesus of Suburbia the album after then?
No, Jesus of Suburbia. Oh, no. Yeah, Jesus of Suburbia is 9 minutes as well, but it's a little shorter. Yeah, that's the second track.
Right.
Wow, man. Yeah. A lot of people fucking play these songs. It's crazy. 727 million listens to Wake Me Up When September Ends. Yeah. On Spotify.
One thing I do like, though, I gotta say, when bands will take a popular song and then they'll like add like, maybe like they take a 3-minute song and they turn it into 5 minutes with like some crazy like solo in the middle. I love that shit. Rise Against does that with Savior all the time. I think it's because they kind of resent that song a little bit, because it's like their most popular song and they were going to cut it from the record. But like, so they just add it, like whenever they play it live, they just like do this crazy shit with it. That's really, really cool. But
that's fine. That's not
keep it
gratuitous.
Keep it reasonable. 5 minutes. 6, you're pushing it.
Yeah.
7,
no,
you're out of town. 7, you're arrested.
Yeah. 7, I'm skipping the last third of the song if I listen to it.
Yeah.
At that point. Because I listen passively, of course, to music, but I'm really a very active listener to music too. It's hard for me to actually not do anything else when I'm listening to music. I really enjoy, except for working out. That's obviously very convenient. But I loved what you said, Chris, about the subjectivity. I think that's totally important in the sense that you have to just look at the product as a subjective thing where like the value can't be in, and goes back into what I was saying about games. The value can't go into time. It really needs to be something else. So I appreciate the write-in, but Dustin, what do you have to say about this? You have anything you'd like to add before we move on?
My main thing, I mean, in terms of the Final Fantasy Rebirth conversation, and I think I touched on this either last week or the week before, is just that I am not interested in doing everything. And so I agree that it's too big for my taste, but the game is designed in a way that I don't have to do everything. And so I had a great experience with it. And I think the game does fuck up a little bit in that some of those side quests, I think, have a lot of really good, important context from the previous game that you might miss out on. But to be fair, not actually that important in terms of the plot of the current game. So it's important for people who really care about the story, which I would argue you should if you're playing this game, but it's not needed information. And so I guess I kind of get it when, in terms of podcasts, that we make a really long podcast. And so our argument is, if you think it's too long, you can augment your experience with timestamps. So I think the argument, I think it makes sense. I think that I agree with you as well, Colin, that it is a very different type of product, or maybe not even a product at all, as you said, but I definitely see the comparison. I think if Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was over 100 hours and there was no augmenting of the experience, and you had to do literally every side thing and every tower and every different Chadley fight and stuff like that, then yes, I would be insanely annoyed with it. But because of the way it's designed to be optional, there are lots of people that love doing all that stuff. So that's a win for them. And it's a win for me because I don't have to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think that it goes down to like scripted products or crafted products that are released as something. We're recording this without a script. We have like a run of show. I draw mostly listener inquiries off the document. Otherwise, it's all in here. And sometimes I write notes. They're right here. I'll pull them in a minute. I'll need them later. But I just think I think the difference is fairly obvious. But yeah, I appreciate the pushback. It's totally fine. Be interested to see what you guys think of this. Matthew Miller wrote in and said, Colin, what's with the uptick of the word retard in your on-air vocabulary? As an all-devouring listener of LSM content, I've heard you say it as many times over recent various shows as a grade schooler who just discovered the word. That's ridiculous. I'd love to know how many times I actually said it. I definitely haven't said it that much. Are you on a renegade campaign to bring the word back into vogue from 90s slang? Not that I'm offended, but you must know you're tempting fate each time the word leaves your mouth. Right-wing video game pundit Colin Moriarty uses ableist slang. I think that maybe I'm misinterpreting this. I think that there's been a little bit of a pushback on this word being relegated to the dustbin of history. And I think a lot of it comes from knowing where these words come from and knowing how selective and strange it is that this particular word was removed from the lexicon. It doesn't really make any sense. And when you get into it from that level, I'm like, no, I'm using that word. I'm not. And that's why I said, I think I've used it like 2 or 3 times over the shows over the last few months. Like I'm aware of not using it too much, and I use it in my real life sometimes too. But I didn't for a long time. I didn't say it. I didn't use it. And I was trying to respect that. But then can I be perfectly honest with you? Like I saw so there's a PBS series called The American Experience. And these are like documentaries about random events and things. And there was a documentary about like early American like psychiatric care, specifically with like eugenics and all, like the crossover with all of that kind of thing before Nazism and all that in Europe or whatever. And this was interesting. And I was in a hotel room actually watching it, and they were talking about how that like there were these people would be tested And these terms would come from the various levels of the test. There were idiots, morons, retards, and so on and so forth. And it's like, so this word has become maybe the most damaging one to a lot of people, but I truly believe that in the use of the word is simply an intrinsic other definition that over the generations people have developed, which is that you're being stupid.
Right.
And I don't think it's been thrown in with what I would now people disagree with me here too, and that's totally fine. But I personally think that some of the words that have been excised from the lexicon are slurs. Right. Like, I think the word, like the F word, like fag or whatever, that's a slur, in my opinion. Now, some people are like,
used on the Tom Brady roast, though.
Totally.
Yeah.
That's a time and place thing. And I think that's who cares? Like, I'm not going after anyone for using it. I just choose to not use it because I do think it kind of comes off. I mean, not kind of, it comes off as a slur. And trust me, I was born in 1984. This was a word that was bandied around plenty right on through my college years. Right. And maybe it was living in San Francisco and having lots of gay friends or whatever, but you just realize that it's not a word you should use. And actually very similar to the N word with the A ending. I've known gay people to call each other fags, but it's not for you to necessarily do that. Right. And so, and I even think the word gay, like, I just was kind of like, I'm not using that anymore either. Like, there's just so many, there's a rich grouping of words we could use. So I agree that there's a line. Yeah. I just think that the word retard, it's just think about it. Who is really offended by that? Like, really? And again, bandying it around as if you have no vocabulary is different than using it once in a while to spice things up. And that's why I take a little bit of umbrage with that, because I really think there might have been 2 or 3 times the entire time that I've been doing the show where I've used that word. But yeah, I don't know. How do you guys feel about this word? This is a word. I feel like this has been a reclamation project in some sense. It is coming back.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's the fact that it is just, I really think the fact that there is no real other practical application to all the, like, many other slurs is kind of what makes it, like, there's no other context that you can really use the N-word and have it make sense. Whereas, like, retard is like a musical term. It's like, it's also a medical term. It's like
retarding flames, right? It's
flame retardant. Like, I don't know. It's too multifaceted for you to be like, oh, it's the R slur. It's like, relax. It's no, I don't think it's a slur. I don't think it's any more offensive than dumb, lame, moron, stupid, idiot, invalid, troglodyte. Like, there's so many, like, what separates that word from any of the things I just said, outside of the fact that maybe it's phonetically a little bit spicier, or maybe, like, I think maybe, like, it phonetically hits a little bit harder. There is definitely science to, like, the sounds of words and how they impact, like, what they even mean. There's definitely, like, a formula there that might explain why, because, like, retard does sound stronger than all those other words, even though it means the same thing. I don't know. I don't go around saying it. I would never, like, call a mentally handicapped person retarded. That's
right,
insane.
Exactly.
The Michael Scott quote. You don't call
Right.
retarded people retarded. It's bad taste.
It's bad taste. But, like, I don't know. Like, it's not a word that I remember growing up with it. So, like, I'm maybe I am fairly desensitized to it. But, like, the people who try to, it bothers me that people try to put it on the same level as, like, the N-word or something. It's like, you have no idea what you're either historically inept or just completely dishonest. Because even those people will say, like, you can't say retard. It's like, you just said it to me. Would you say that?
You
with
would
that
never
other word?
say you can't say. You just say you can't say the N-word.
Right.
Very interesting.
you would never say that.
Right.
So, like,
that's a very interesting point.
So I don't know. I find it to be. I think it's a little bit silly. Obviously, being edgy for being edgy's sake and just shouting it, like, every 10 seconds is lame and boring and indicative of, in my opinion, a very low threshold of intelligence. But I don't think it's, like, the end of the world. I don't think it's a slur.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. Dustin, I'm curious what you think about this, because I think about it this way. Like, all right, so there's every word in the English language, right? And then there's a small fraction of those words that are offensive to many people, right? And then you have to kind of delve into those words. And I think that there are words that are truly verboten. It's not to say that you don't have the free speech to do it, or that you can't say it in private, or if you say it, you mean something the worst It's like, whatever, man. I'm not trying to like get into your head. I just think that there's a reasonable line to be drawn to say, like, you just shouldn't say these few things. They're loaded with historical, precedent and all sorts of horrible things. And then drawing a line and saying that even if there are some people that are offended by a word, or even if it's an edge case or whatever, it doesn't necessarily mean those people are right. And they shouldn't have control over it. And then there's the entire other category, by the way, Dustin, of there are a couple words. So the word midget is a really interesting example where that is apparently a very offensive term. I've heard, and Chris and I have laughed at this in the past, because I remember I've heard it being described as the N word for little people or whatever.
Yeah.
And we're like, there is no such thing as the N word for anyone else. In some sense, but so you can't really make that comparison, in my opinion. But that's something where in my mind, I'm like, that is definitely not offensive or meant as being offensive. However, I'm going to defer to the societal kind of, decision on this and be like, okay, fair enough. I'm not going to go out of my way to offend you. I'm not trying to offend you by using that word. I never use that word except to call people mental midgets, which I think is a great term. But then there are examples like this where I'm like, no, I just don't think so. I just don't think so. And it was that American Experience PBS documentary that showed me. I was like, holy shit. Like, idiot and moron are literally in that rubric. And we use those terms without ever thinking about it. But there were idiots and there were morons classified as idiots and morons. That's where the fucking terms came from. It's like
something too that I noticed is that people have moved like, as that word got out of style, people moved on to like autistic. I remember autistic kind of like supplanting it for a little while.
And we get messages from people saying to stop using that. But you have to understand that so calling yourself autistic or someone or something autistic doesn't take into account and is not talking about the potentially very serious autism that someone you love is dealing with. Right. Obviously. Anyway, Dustin, I want to hear from you on this.
Yeah. Well, I think that the write-in, it's well, I don't know if it's nice, but he was saying, are you on a renegade campaign to bring back the word? It's like, we are not on the forefront of bringing back retard. This was much more like Shane Gillis, I think, overall is the one who really challenged using the word in the public eye. And people didn't seem to really care, because I think he used it in ways that, like you said, if you're just running around calling everything and everyone a retard, then it's stupid. It's not funny. And especially if you're using it to actually make fun of people that have mental disabilities, that's a no-no for sure.
Right. Of course. Of course.
Yeah. I will say something really funny, though. I'm pretty sure about this. Maybe one of our Last Stand historians can correct me. Who do you think was the first person to say retard on our platform?
I feel like it was me.
Dagan. I'm pretty sure it was Dagan.
Yeah.
Because Dagan was talking about racism. And he was saying how racism was retarded. And I was like, well, who's going to argue with it? Who is going to argue with it? No one.
Yeah, what are you going to do about that? That's perfect. It's almost perfect.
He broke the seal.
Yeah.
So
good for him.
I have no problem with it. Again, everything, all words and jokes and things like that have their time and place, and at the right discretion. And so, yeah, maybe at some point I'll bust it out, but I'm saving it. I want it to have impact.
Sure, fair enough.
So we'll see.
And I can't wait to hear the other slurs that come into your mouth as well.
Oh,
yes, the Bruce Dickinson wrote in and said, Chris, Derek has been on his way since last Friday. The midweek update was Derek will be here in a couple of days. Is Derek traveling in some kingly horse-driven court across the country? His arrival sounds ominous.
Well, he was supposed to. Yeah, he's like the Renaissance men and Smiling Friends. It's like a
yeah, it's like people with flags like galloping next to him.
Well, he showed up here for a mutual friend of ours engagement party, and then him and his wife came, and then they're going back. And I think his wife is going back to visit her family while he kind of organizes the move. And so he did show up, but I kind of didn't feel like explaining, oh, he's going to show up for this party for a mutual friend of ours, and he's going to go back, and then like a week or two later, he's going to come back to really set everything up, because that's boring. And I figured I'd fold it into the same fact where it's like, he'll be here soon. That's literally it. I abridged it for your sake.
Yeah.
So you didn't have to listen to this painfully mundane story about an engagement party for people that you, quite frankly, could care less about, who you don't know. So I was doing you a kindness, but now you've pulled me out to abuse you with this incredibly uninteresting story. So you're
You're thank
welcome.
you. We just lost 5% of the audience during that.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks a
That's
lot.
why I didn't. That's why
Bruce.
I shortened it to like, he'll be here soon. But yeah, I don't know. I
funny
do that a lot.
inquiry
I do that a lot with like, just in general. Like if certain things are happening, I'm going to tell you guys like, yeah, okay, something's happening. But I'm going to abridge that to what I think is the important detail. You know, I'm not in the business of like explaining every. I had a friend who did that, and I don't talk to that person anymore. Like a long time ago, I had this friend who would just really over-explain every minute detail of his day. Whenever I asked him, like, "Hey, what'd you do over the weekend?" It's like, "Oh my god, I made myself an apple fritter, and then I went out to the backyard, and oh my god, there was a dog there." And I was like, "Oh my god, he didn't sound like that at all." But it's like the whininess of it.
He's
like,
he's
okay.
your Long Island Jewish neighbor.
Oh god. that voice is so fun. It really makes me
great.
sad that like you can't. I don't know. That's another thing too. Like I guess jumping off of the previous question, where it's like our accents, like what accents are okay. You know what I mean? Because that's a fun. The elderly Jewish person is a fun accent to do. Like I'm sorry.
It's a great accent, but I've thought about that a lot too. Is why is doing an African accent or an Indian accent or a Chinese accent, like why is that offensive?
Yeah.
If you're like trying, or let's say, why would that be more offensive than what I do to British people?
Tom V. Wait.
Tom V. Wait. All right. Thank you for writing in, Bruce. Serge wrote in and said, "Greetings, boys, but especially Colin. How's the gardening? You mentioned last week about your foray into gardening and the perennials that were coming along as a result. How do they fare this week? And more to the point, how's the lawn coming together as a whole? These are the burning questions that people want to know from the #1 PlayStation podcast." Thank you for writing in. I was not perennials, annuals. I was planting, and I just bought more annuals yesterday. Just some marigolds. You know, pretty orange marigolds. Bought some pots, put them up my stairs to my front stoop. I'm getting, you know, I've always loved planting flowers. I've always loved gardening. I love landscaping. The lawn's looking great, but I'm really getting into the finer things now. I've also been nurturing, you know how like in your yard trees will just start to grow and you always obviously mow them over to pick them out. I've just been letting this tree go for 4 years now, this like random pine tree that's growing, and it's like becoming pretty big. And I'm like, this is kind of cool. You know, just kind of, I like saved it. It had no business being where it is. And I was like, I'm going to let you grow and see what happens. And so we have that. That's a very exciting time for me right now with all of this. So yeah, I got to get out there and water everything. Everything's looking very robust, very colorful. I love the oranges, the yellows, the pinks, the purples. But I can still step up my game, and I'm going to plan to do so. As far as the lawn is concerned, it's looking great. But that's no surprise. Looking real strong this year. All right. It's been raining a lot, so it's been like that. Now it's hot as fuck. So that's nice.
Yep.
Guys, let's talk about video games. It's time. Turd Ferguson wrote in. Good to hear from you, Turd. He says, "Hey, CDC. There's a rumor by way of Jeff Grubb that PlayStation will hold a showcase this month. How excited are you guys, and what do you all hope to see there? PS5 Pro reveal, Ghost of Tsushima 2, Concord gameplay? What are our thoughts, Dustin? There are strong rumors and indications that we will have a showcase before the end of this month, so we will have real news to talk about soon. And of course, we have real news to talk about today as well, but maybe more interesting and productive news in the weeks to come. What are you expecting to see? And what do you want to see? And what do you think the cadence will be? I think this is potential to be very exciting if they play it right. So what say you?
Yeah, well, it's been a quiet time, and really it's been a quiet year for PlayStation, especially in terms of releases, in that we haven't had any first party releases yet. I mean, we have Stellar Blade, but it's not first party, being second party, of course. But so it feels like they've been cooking a while and we've been waiting. Of course, Turd brings up Ghost of Tsushima 2. I think that's probably the most obvious bet of what we can expect. Concord gameplay and maybe even Fair Games as well, or at least an update on that. I'm really curious about what Bluepoint has been doing since they went at the very beginning of the generation. There were, I can't remember the specific rumors, but maybe they're making something that's not a remaster or remake. And so that's very intriguing just to see what that team can do. I was so incredibly impressed with the Demon Souls remaster, and everything they've done, I just think has been super high quality. So to see them unleashed to do their own thing sounds awesome. As far as the PS5 Pro reveal, I wonder if this will be at the showcase or if they kind of want to hold that until a little bit later. That way they're not cutting off sales of PS5 this early into the year. Maybe that's something they'll hold for September for that reveal. But who knows? Maybe they'll show it.
Yeah. My suspicion is I think it would be very strange for PS5 Pro to be there.
Yeah.
It's too early, unless they're planning on releasing it in like July or something. It's just way, way, way too early. And like you said, it's just going to undercut PS5 sales trajectory at a time when they need to really buttress that, because of course they're not going to reach the number that they had expected to. I think in the next episode of Sacred, we'll finally have financials and we'll know a lot more about Sony's situation and where they stand. So yeah, I think it's too early on that front for sure. I agree with you there. But maybe they acknowledge it at the end like they have in the past with other devices like the handheld Portal, where they were like, we'll have more to say about this. Maybe they'll say something and, kind of tip their cap to it. But you don't want to have any press releases or anything about this news. You certainly don't want to show anything yet. Chris, what do you think will be at this purported showcase that will happen before month's end?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Dustin covered a lot of what I assumed would be there. It's kind of exciting because we are so in the dark that we really don't know. I have reason, and I put this in our Discord because I just found it so interesting. I have reason.
Do you want to tell the story? I don't know how much you like.
I'm not going to get super into it, but I have reason to believe that like maybe there's probably, I don't know if it's a first party or a second party capacity or like what this is going to be, but I have reason to believe that there is a shooter in the works, like a proper shooter. And so I'm curious to see if that will be at this reveal. It might seem a little early because the things that I heard were like a little bit indicated that it might have been a little bit further away than being shown at something like this. But that would be fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
And if there is even a hint of that, then there's certain, even if it's just like, oh, a shooter, and they don't really get too involved with like what the reveal is, I know enough to kind of infer what that will be. So that would be kind of interesting. But that's my main point of curiosity I'm really curious to see if like what I heard was real. Because it seemed pretty convincing to me. But
I won't tell the story you told. Obviously, you can tell it on your own when you're ready to. But I'm compelled by it. Yeah. I wonder. All right, so for this situation, I think okay. Something from Sucker Punch, probably time. I wonder if it's really about who's ready to go. I have the list here up of first parties, and so I'll just go through them and we can see who would be ready to go. Like Bend, I think Bend would actually be theoretically ready to show something. It really depends on how early they want to show something, because I don't think they're going to be ready to release this year. Bluepoint, certainly be very interested to know what's going on there. They were acquired after Demon Souls came out, so whatever they were building next is what Sony is getting behind, and I assume that that's going to be something pretty interesting. And then we have, let's see. Okay, so Firewalk, that's Concord. I think that that's a safe bet to be shown. Guerrilla, maybe. They're big. A lot of people work there. Yeah. And there is the scuttlebutt about the Horizon multiplayer game, obviously. So there's the Horizon NCSoft MMO. There's the presumably Guerrilla-led Horizon multiplayer game. There's also that percolating Zero Dawn remake. I mean, there's a few different things. That might not be coming from them, though. So Guerrilla could go. Haven, I think it's time to see Fair Games. I would be interested to see that. I don't know, though, if you want to show it and Concord at the same time. Maybe you just get Concord out of the way and then you start showing Fair Games. And maybe they announced it a little early. I'm very interested in seeing that game, though, because I'm one of the very few people that I've seen that's actually optimistic about what it could be. Housemarque, yeah. Depending on what they're building, they could be ready to go soon, too. Again, I'd like to give teams 4 years of leeway plus the time in which they're going to pre-produce and pitch. So you got to bake in like 5 years, maybe. So it might be a little soon for them. Insomniac, they're going to always be going. Venom could be there. You could imagine that Venom might come out this year, but I doubt it. Probably next year, right? London is done. Let's see. Media Molecule, they won't be ready to go for a long time. Naughty Dog. Yeah. I mean, again, it depends on how well they've kept secret whatever they're working on from a multi-pronged perspective. I kind of believe that there's a misdirection going on with The Last of Us Part 3. Because I just feel like it's so obvious. Why wouldn't you want to continue? These games sell so well. How could it possibly be that they were not going to make a third one? Doesn't make any sense. And as I've said many times, I feel like the second one demands a third one more than the first one demanded a second one. But there's the opportunity, and we know they're doing something new too. I mean, dude, it's going to be fucking crazy when that logo pops up. Whenever it does. When that Naughty Dog logo disappears, it's like, holy shit. Like, what is it? Whatever it's going to be is going to be a pretty big deal, in my opinion. Neon Koi, maybe. I don't know if this is something you would show at a showcase, though. To remind people, Neon Koi was the studio called Savage that's based in Germany and Finland, and they are making mobile games, and they're making a PlayStation mobile game. Maybe you show it. Nix's, I don't think it has any relevance. Maybe they're attached to that Zero Dawn remake. I don't know. Polyphony, I don't think it's time for them to go. San Diego will do the show. A postscript about San Diego is that there does seem to be that percolating team in Southern California. Now, I'm wondering, I reported that Deviation's PlayStation game was canceled long before it was more widely reported. What I'm wondering is if because of the hiring kind of rhythms at Sony in Southern California, ingesting not only Jason Blundell, but a bunch of people that were executives and in the trenches at Deviation, I wonder if they were just like, you know what, we'll take this. We're going to take also the people, and by this, I mean the game. We're also going to take the people that we think are more useful and the rest of you are out, which I'm sure would be contractually allowed under that relationship. Something broke down there, right? And so I'm wondering, I guess what I'm saying is if their project is further along than we think. And there's going to be some, in other words, there are going to be 2 random games, in my opinion, that will eventually appear from studios that are unseen as of now. Jason Blundell's Shooter and that Uncharted game. And I think that either of those games can pop up at any time. That Uncharted game was explicitly teased in that live action trailer last year. And I think it would be incredibly weird to have just done that for no reason. Certainly that's a game, right? Certainly it's Cassie Drake. I mean, it has to be. So maybe that appears as well.
Yeah.
Santa Monica, doubtful. They do have 2 maybe projects going, but I think it's too early. Sucker Punch, so Ghost of Tsushima 2, I think Ghost of Tsushima 2 might even come out this year. It would be 4 years. That's plenty of time to have done it. Now, they did Legends, they did Iki Island, I understand all of that, but there was nothing there was no new world to pitch or whatever. They probably had a lot of pre-production and ideas that I don't want to spoil the end of the game, but I mean, so I think Ghost of Tsushima is a fair, probably the safest of the first party bets. Outside of maybe Concord, I think Concord's also a safe bet to be shown. Maybe you get some sort of beta in the summer or whatever. Maybe you get a release date, but certainly much more of that game. And then Asobi, I think maybe, but it seems kind of early for them too. So I don't know. It's going to be exciting. Silent Hill 2 will be there. Maybe Death Stranding 2 shown more. They did like to tease that over and over again. Wolverine.
Oh yeah, that's this year, right?
I don't think it's this year. No, I think it's next year.
No.
No,
Well, then
which
would Venom
which
be
indicates
next
that
year
maybe
too?
Venom is this year. I don't know. I don't think Wolverine was. Maybe internally, but that would be that would be so quick. Like, how are
It
they
would
doing
be-
this?
It
You know?
would be very quick. But then I'm also thinking like, well, then Venom would have to be this year then. You know what
Right?
I mean?
Yeah. I think you might be right there. Maybe Venom in like September, October, maybe even August,
Yeah,
and
who
then
knows?
just get the Spider-Man 2 shit done, get into Wolverine, then get back into Spider-Man with Spider-Man 3. What a workhorse, man! Incredible.
Exciting times.
And I think the most exciting prospects are again the unknowns. But
Yeah.
I am mystified and excited by the two. I think what I'm saying about those two kind of mystery games that seem to be first party, like not second party, but first party games from teams that are unacknowledged. And I don't think it's beyond thought to say like a game is announced, a studio is announced all at the same time. And these guys have kind of been working in secret because where are they working? Sony's not like Capcom or Square Enix, where it's like this very fluid, outside of XDev and your production, staff and all of that. These are studios around the world that kind of operate by themselves. So it just seems like there's a team or two. And I'll be very excited to see more about that. Am I off base on the Uncharted stuff, by the way? I mean,
No, I think it's weird that it would be fucking mega weird if they did a live action trailer like that with no, especially because every single other thing in that commercial had game related ties to it specifically.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only thing in that trailer that would either be completely random or I don't know, presumably I don't know what attached to like a TV show or something. Like it would be the only thing. It would be the only thing out of place.
Something like that coming out this year would be insane.
Yeah.
Where they're like Uncharted 5. I don't know what they were going to, but they probably wouldn't call it Uncharted 5 or whatever. They would just call it Uncharted : Cassie's Legacy. And, November 2nd or whatever. It's like, holy shit, what the fuck? Be very exciting. A megaton like that would be nice. We know it exists, but just the acknowledgement of it would still go a long way. So let's keep an eye out for that. As the month goes on, of course, we'll cover it here on Sacred Symbols. My friends, a lot has happened with Helldivers. This all happened after the last episode recorded and was resolved before this episode was recorded. I thought the timing was very interesting and quite fortuitous because we didn't have to sound off on it at all from a place of mystery because it's not solved yet, but it's basically resolved in some sense. And now we have like mid to long-term questions to ask, but no more short-term questions. Dallas Reynolds wrote into us on Patreon. Says, hello, Sacred Boys. I'm really interested to hear everyone's perspective on the Helldivers PSN account situation. As a PC player, I wasn't upset that I had to log on to PSN, but the thought of people losing a game they bought because of their region made me sick. It's also crazy to see a developer stand up to their publisher in such a way. I always love hearing y'all's perspective on things. This was a fascinating thing, Chris, from many, many angles.
Yeah.
The power dynamic between Sony and Arrowhead. Why the ham-fistedness of getting in the way of a game that has this much energy and fucking it up for no reason. But also, I think a little bit of crybaby-ishness from people in some sense. Way over the top response that hurts the people they care about the most, the people making the game. It's like this is like a drama. You could make a fucking 3-part miniseries about this whole thing from behind the scenes. I would love to have been a fly on the wall for this thing from so many different angles. It's so interesting. What say you about the Helldivers 2 fiasco that we just saw?
The high level thought is like, man, they really almost snatched defeat from the jaws of victory with this. Like, I really don't even know how this even ended up the way it did. But basically, the idea was like, okay, so you sell this game to everybody. It's on PlayStation, it's on PC, with no internal login method available at launch. You don't have to sign into PSN to play it. But you also sell it in regions that do not have access to PSN. Then later on, you pull the rug out and be like, all right, well, now you actually need this account. You need to sign into a PlayStation account in order to play it. That's a wild thing. In and of itself, signing into a launcher or like a secondary account isn't really a problem. I know you have to do that for Halo and a lot of like the Xbox properties that are also on PC. It really is the fact that they sold it in regions that don't have access to it, with presumably either the plan to do this or the neglect of understanding like what it meant for regions without that access. To be like, oh, they paid all this money for a game that they're just going to lose access to. It's kind of insane. The whole situation confuses me from an executive angle or from like a management perspective, because I just don't understand I don't know what they expected by doing this. Now, I think in the States and in places where PSN is available, the people who are crying about it, specifically from that angle, like, oh, I don't want to sign into PSN. It's pretty lame and dumb. Like, I really don't understand what the big deal is. It's a pretty universal practice for a lot of multi-platform things, especially from like big console manufacturers and publishers. Like I said, like every Xbox property that is available on PC makes you do this. So from that angle, I don't really understand the outrage, but I totally get the anger in like, hey, I bought this game that I'm not going to have access to because you don't service my region. That's insane. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
And for it to all wrap up as quickly as it did too was fascinating. And everything, even from like the mobility of the fan base, like review bombing and then unreview bombing in like such a short period of time after the whole situation was remedied. This whole thing is so interesting. But yeah. I want to get Dustin.
Yeah, we'll get Dustin in here.
Yeah.
Just real quick, B-Can wrote in about this. It says, hey, CDC, what are your thoughts about the Helldivers 2 fiasco this past weekend? Personally, I think it's ridiculous that Sony allowed the game to be sold in countries where PSN is unavailable, I think you meant, when they knew the plan to make it mandatory. Of course, they have since rescinded the requirement, but the pain remains. Do we think this permanently hurt their perception in the PC community? Was this even that big of a deal to begin with? Just want to know what your fellows think. Thanks for all that you do for us. Thank you, B-Can, for writing it. So Dustin, take it away. There's some agreement here with B-Can and Chris that there's some weirdness about the game being sold in all these countries where PSN is unavailable and so on and so forth. But I think this is so deep and multifaceted. I'm really curious where your mind went, because I really feel like there's probably 10 different interesting things about this story.
Right. Well, that is the critical error. The key error was that they were selling the game to people in certain countries that they shouldn't have. Because when I was looking into this, one of the head guy at Arrowhead, he has a tweet where he said, I'm not blameless in all this. It was my decision to disable account linking at launch so that players could play the game. I did not ensure players were aware of the requirement, and we didn't talk about it enough. So to my understanding, day one from Helldivers on the Steam page, it said that it required a third-party account. They just sold it to people regardless because it wasn't turned on yet. And well, I guess that is the point. They sold it to those people. Oh, and they didn't force people to do it overall. So they had this requirement, but it's just on the store page. There wasn't anything like when you boot into Helldivers 2 that's like, on this day or in the future, you will need to log in to your PSN account. And Chris is right. To my again, this is just me looking at Steam because I went to verify this. I went to like Mass Effect Legendary Edition on Steam, and it says requires EA login. So if you buy that, you have to log in. You have to have an EA Play account. Ubisoft games also it doesn't matter if it's multiplayer or single player. It says requires Ubisoft. I don't know. I wasn't going to go and buy or install these games to verify this, but it says so on the Steam page. These require logins. So yes, I agree that there is some crybaby-ishness about it from PC players that are in regions that have PSN accounts. It's like, well, you're not upset about all these other launchers and logins that you have. You're just upset because this one is being enacted later. But again, multifaceted issue in that the very genesis of this is that they should have never sold the game to those people that weren't able to get PSN. That's the long and short of it. And Steam really went in and was doing a good job refunding those people. In fact, they were kind of refunding pretty much anybody, to my understanding, despite having extra playtime if you had asked for it. So it's very conflicting because I really, if we're going to hold Sony to this standard of not saying, oh no, you can't make us log into something else, then it's like, okay, well, keep that spirit up for EA and Ubisoft and any other company that requires you to log in, because they've been doing this for years. But Sony, and I think it's true that what the director said about the fact that they probably didn't do a good enough job letting people know about this, saying like, hey, at this point, eventually you will need to log in. We had to turn it off. I don't know whether it's like some kind of splash screen update at the beginning. Sometimes when things like that happen, that they say, hey, this is what's going to happen. I get it. But for Sony to, I know they reacted quickly, but why was there, did no one say, hey, we got a major problem. We sold the game to all these people that we shouldn't have, so we can't do this. Was Sony boneheaded enough to say, actually, yeah, we're just going to do it because this is going to be a really strong initiative for our PC stuff, for people to log in. We're going to have to do it. It's like, did you not realize what was going to happen? That how many people were going to be like, dude, you sold me this game and now you're telling me I can't play it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a big takeaway for me too, is that no matter how you interpret the events after what, like the announcement of what was going to happen, it Sony set this into motion, and they just shouldn't have done it. So like, I think many things can be true at the same time, and we'll get into this. Oliver Johnson wrote in and said, "What's up, my dudes? I'm sure you'll get a ton of write-ins about the Helldivers debacle, but I wanted to ask about one aspect of it in particular. Were the vast majority of PC gamers acting wildly overdramatic and entitled? Yes, some of the criticisms were justified, like players being locked out of the game based on their region after having access to it for months. But for what I presume is 99% of the player base, this was not a problem. Seems like the real reason people were angry was entirely due to having to make a PSN login, which ultimately adds up to a minute or two of inconvenience. It's so often that these Twitter mobs glean their tiny grievances onto whatever more valid claims they can to justify their own outrage. Was backing down in the face of so much hate the right move? Or should Sony have just weathered the storm and let everyone inevitably forget about the issue in a couple of weeks?" It's an interesting question because it's, as I said, Sony should have just never done this. And they should have just put it away and realized you don't fuck with a good thing that you have going on here. I understand how you feel. You have to think and ponder this and roll it out in a different way. But however you were going to do it, you should have just known before you announced it. So they did set this into motion. And they are responsible for it. The buck kind of does stop with them. So that is true. But I think it's also true that people's reactions to this were like way over the top, because there is no doubt in my mind. And actually, I'll tie this into another inquiry. Icon Deal wrote in and said, "Hello, gents. How is it possible that PSN is not available in 177 countries? How is PlayStation this big without support for most of the world? I live in Iraq, so I have a fake Austin, Texas address on my PSN. It's not surprising, but compared to the competition, it's bad. Microsoft and Steam accounts are available almost everywhere, even in Iraq. Steam also offers regional pricing here. Thanks and have a nice day." This, I think, underlines maybe a different perspective, which is that Sony knows. Like, they're probably looking at the numbers and say, like, PSN, he's making a good point. Think about it as it is. PlayStation, as this naturalistic economic entity that is sold in places, does all of its work commercially in like 50 countries. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but that's where they stand. And so they look at everything through that lens. As to why that is, I don't really know. Like, I really don't. It's probably a lot of, like, you have to have like an entity in every one of these countries. Probably you have to have people working there. You have to have, like, it's probably a lot of work for little gain. And they probably look at it and say, well, we'll enter these countries as it makes sense, but we're not going to make any money in Iraq, and they're probably right. So they are very little money, not worth our time and effort. So I think it probably has something to do with that. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. So I think Sony has this very myopic view, in other words, of where their money comes from and where their bread is buttered. And they're very used to that in the console space. But the PC space is much more of a libertarian utopia, where people look at a high tide raising all boats, where access is really, really important. Because what's really funny, Dustin, is about taking what you said a step further about, okay, so you go to Mass Effect and you have to log in. You go to Assassin's Creed and you have to log in. When I play Mass Effect on PlayStation, I don't have to log in. And when I play Assassin's Creed on for instance, or whatever, the Division, I don't have to have a Ubisoft account. You don't have to. It's like, I'm not asked. When I played Prince of Persia, I didn't log into anything. So it's kind of interesting, actually, that there are fewer barriers in like a normal way in the console space than there is in these other spaces. And it kind of felt like the shoe was on the other foot, where like in other words, I would expect there to be more anger about this happening in a space where that just doesn't happen, which is actually the console space. And that was like kind of something that I walked away from. I do think that the rage, there's something righteous about it in that people are coming to the defense of the downtrodden that have gotten these, games in these random territories. And it's unfair. It's ridiculous. Again, remembering that Sony set this into motion. There's no doubt about that. But I just think that Sony probably looked at it and was surprised by the reaction, because they were like, they know the numbers probably. It's probably like, 97% of the copies of the game we sold were from these countries or something, whatever it is.
Right.
And they just didn't think that there would be a rallying effect around the lowest common denominators being affected. And that is potentially more unique to the PC space because there's more ubiquity in the console space. And that's what PlayStation's used to dealing with. So I think that there's something interesting to be said there. But you know what another interesting tendril was? And this is something that I didn't see anyone really talking about. I've been covering PlayStation professionally for a very long time, so I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. I've only seen Sony respond officially to something one other time the way they responded to this. And that's the PSN outage, where they completely capitulated and basically tweeted out, we don't know what we're doing and we're sorry. And that is so un-PlayStation. They say on Twitter, Helldivers fans, we've heard your feedback on the Helldivers 2 account linking update. The May 6 update, which would have required Steam and PlayStation Network account linking for new players and for current players beginning May 30th, will not move forward. We're still learning what is best for PC players, and your feedback has been invaluable. Thanks again for your continued support of Helldivers 2, and we'll keep you updated on future plans. That doesn't sound like Sony. When the fuck did Sony ever say that to anyone about anything? This really does harken back. I noted to Michael, and I was like, wow, this is very interesting. They know that they fucked this up. And I think that goes into this next inquiry from King Kulak. And then I'll say what I'm going to say, and we can go around the horn one more time. He says, hey, CDC, it is insane to me that Sony was so stupid that they didn't realize how poorly forcing a PSN login on PC players was going to go. Had they made it completely optional, but incentivized people to voluntarily sign up and link their accounts by giving in-game currency, for example, it wouldn't have been a blip on the radar, and they probably would have captured a decent amount of PC player bases for their ecosystem. Instead, they decided to collectively force it down to everyone's throats, triggering a gag reflex from the player base. For a company that's been chasing the live service dragon for a while, you'd think they'd be more careful about kicking the hornet's nest that is PC gaming. Luckily, they walked back the decision, although the entire statement by their PR team sounded like they'll be back when they figure out another way to try to force the PSN account on PC's player base. I will say it's pretty amazing that Sony managed to get their hands on a surprise banger like Helldivers and still find a way to fuck things up. That's a really, really important point, that last sentence. And I think it's a very relevant one, to just leave good enough alone. Yeah. What are you doing? Just leave it alone. I mean, that would have been my advice. And I would, again, love to have been a fly on the wall for this conversation behind the scenes. I think there's a lot of blame to go around in this situation. I do think that the response was over the top. And King Kulak, I must say, I read this somewhere else, and I feel stupid for not having thought about this, which is simply that they could have just incentivized it.
Right.
By giving something away and not forcing it, or just kind of putting a pin in it and be like, we'll worry about forcing you later. But for now, we'll just leave it alone. The PSN connectivity makes sense to me, especially for games like Ghost of Tsushima, which is going to require it. Because games like Legends are going to be on PS5, PS4, and PC, and they want to just tie it all together like that. And that's totally fine. And they want to capture, obviously, your data, and they want you involved in their ecosystem and all of that. They're going to be back with this. I want to see what the response is going to be when Ghost of Tsushima rolls this out on PC. I will say this, though. I really didn't care for the review bombing, because I just think it goes after the wrong entity. Sony could walk away from this game. Now, they're not obviously going to, but just as an example, like, Sony's made a lot of money on this game, and you're not hurting them. You're hurting the reputation of the developer that will hopefully be able to continue it and themselves have jobs for many years to come working on this game. Sony has already, in multiples, made their money back. They're going to continue to make money on it, but you're kind of hurting the wrong entity by doing that. I didn't like it. It's flippant. And I know that this is this operation to overturn that, but it's never going to totally get all of those people to do it. They hurt the game. And I thought it was a very weird, kind of circular firing squad in some way. But again, Sony didn't have to do this, and none of this would have happened. So the blame, in my opinion, does truly lay with them. Do we have anything else we want to say about this, either of you? Dustin?
Colin, what do you feel? Because I don't really know how I feel about this, but how do you feel about the counter argument that people review bomb because they don't really have any other means, especially after they've purchased a game at that point? Like, sure, they can go on Twitter, they can send emails, they could start a petition, whatever, but they really don't have a means of voicing themselves in a way that will actually hurt them at this point, other than that.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand that, and that is probably the most effective way to protest. I just think it's doing something that is not truly reversible. It's somewhat reversible. It's going to be back to a positive feeling, but there's always going to be negative reviews that weren't there. And I just don't understand how you could be so flippant with your criticism of a game. It's not supposed to, you loved it and then you hated it because they made you sign in a PSN. It just doesn't really make it. This is why I hate review scores. And this is why I hate star ratings and thumbs up and all of it. I hate all of it. You know?
Yeah. I mean, it's about as flippant as selling people a game that they would have eventually revoked the access to, though.
That's fair.
You know what I mean?
But I just think it's misdirected because it's just hurting the developer and they didn't do it.
Yeah. I get. Is it really hurt? I don't know how much it hurts the developer though for a game that's already so successful and so already so big, and they've already made so much money. Like I don't really know how much it. I do think it affects games, like especially like if something's review bombed before it's even out. I do think that's like really fucking irresponsible. But Helldivers 2 has had so much positive word of mouth to the point where like I would have to imagine that the majority of people who know about Helldivers probably don't even know about any of this. You know, or probably don't even know about like the Steam reviews, or I think all it does is really send a message to the developer, and in addition to that, just the publisher, to see like, oh, this is actually like a real problem that we should probably address, because there really is no other way to do it outside of like maybe like loud, annoying people on Twitter, which, you know, has a really shaky success rate. I don't know. I'm generally opposed to review bombing, but in this case, it seems it's a little bit funny that it's Helldivers of all communities, because they're like literally the whole community is built around like coming together to do things like this. So it couldn't have happened to a better game, because they are successfully reversing course in a way that I think last time I checked Helldivers 2, the review scores were mixed, but like mostly positive. I'm not super sure. I can't remember, but it seems like they're doing a pretty good job, and they got what they wanted. And ultimately, yeah, like we said earlier, I mean, it's Sony's fault that this whole thing happened in the first place. And I think I think there's more righteousness here than there is like. I'm not as cynical about this as I thought I would be, just because the fact that so many people went to bat for those countries that might have made up a very, very slim percentage of the overall player base, you know, ultimately that's still people who spent money, and their money matters, and, you know, they're customers. And to be like, oh, it's only 3%. It was like 3% of what? Like millions? That's a lot of people. That's not a small number of players, really, if you think about it. So yeah, I don't know. I thought this whole thing was just really interesting and kind of cool. But I do agree that they're never going to get back up to like where they were review-wise, but I also don't necessarily think that they need it.
Yeah.
Because Helldivers 2 is still like, I'm still like, and nobody I know stopped playing Helldivers 2, you know what I mean?
Right. Oh yeah, because people kept posting that the player numbers on Steam were just fine during this whole thing. So I guess the one thing I'll say to close out is that Sony said like, oh, we're still learning about our PC market or our PC audience. Here's what Sony needs to do. If they want to learn, these are the things to sort out. Number one, don't sell your game to people that don't have that ability to get PSN. And two, with that, make PSN open to people in those countries. I was just looking real quick on EA, because I bring up EA Play and how they're required. The only countries that you can't get an EA account, to my understanding, are Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Syria, Crimea, Russia, and Belarus. So there's still a list, but it sounds like it's much, much smaller. So if EA can figure it out, you as PlayStation can figure it out.
Yeah, it's very. I like I said earlier, I'm not really sure why that is. Like, there's no doubt that in each location there is an investment necessary to draw money out of it, right?
Right.
And they just might look at it as small potatoes. I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but it is interesting that everyone else is in these places with no problem. I would love to know more about that, but I don't. And I'm not even really sure how to look to that, because that would be information that they wouldn't obviously share. You would think would be more interesting. You know, Sony, I guess the only thing you can say is that Sony is a relatively small company, but not compared to EA or something like that, you know?
Right. The second thing, and I think this is also just really important, and I'm sure this is the number one thing that they're thinking for Ghost of Tsushima, is that you can't set the gate up later. If something's not working, you got to have if you're going to make people log into PSN, it has to be ready day one. And there can't be any kind of like, oh, well, the servers aren't working. It's like, no, you can't switch around like that. Even if, and like I've said, I think it is pretty hypocritical because so many games require logins. You just can't do it later. Even if it doesn't really matter, it's going to rub people the wrong way, as it is shown that even if it doesn't matter to you. So it's got to be ready day one. And you can't be flipping around telling you, oh, well, we'll be enabled this date. It's like, no, when Ghost of Tsushima comes out on PC, you got to have that PSN login working and ready to go. And you can't change course later.
Well, it's because it destroys the illusion of necessity of that login. You know what I mean? Like if I'm playing a game perfectly fine with no need for a login for like several months, and then suddenly it needs a login for me to do the same thing I've been doing, I know full well, based on just objective reality and just experience, that this login is completely unnecessary. Like, it wasn't necessary for me to do what I've been doing for the last several months in this game. Why is it suddenly necessary? This is annoying and dumb. So if you have it, like, even if that's always been true, you know, for every, like, you don't technically need an Xbox Live account to play Sea of Thieves, like, from a pure, like, necessitative standpoint. Like, you could theoretically just play that game. But, like, from the outset, from day one, it was established that that's kind of the expectation. It's like, okay, well, this is what I need to do to play this game. So there's no prior experience of not having to do that. And I think that's what it is. It's like pulling the rug out from under people, changing the rules when people are like very keenly aware that, like, oh, none of this is really necessary to play the game.
That's well put. I just think, again, it was just this is just an unforced error, regardless of all the things that happen, B, C, D, and E. That A move just never needed to happen. That domino never needed to topple. Leave good enough alone, work on the next game, make this thing sustainable. A couple postscripts that I think are interesting in terms of lingering effects. What does this mean for Arrowhead's relationship with Sony? There's obviously some diciness there, in my opinion. And if I were at Arrowhead, I'd be like, why? They take some of the responsibility. Dustin, you said this, that like they were the ones that decided to shut the PSN stuff off from the beginning. This would have, Sony probably looks at them and says, like, we really should have just stuck with that. I think Arrowhead looks at it and said, like, that would have been a barrier that might have even precluded us from reaching these heights. It was probably the right move. But then, Dustin, you bring up the point, like, this isn't unusual in the PC ecosystem or space at all to make people log in. And I've made the point many times now that you don't have to do that on PlayStation. So there's the lingering effect of this in terms of their relationship with each other, because I've kind of assumed, and maybe who knows with what's going on with acquisitions and everything now, that we've long said that Sony, no acquisition really makes much sense for Sony except for a very select few. And this was one of them. And I do wonder if that's still going to if that's an inevitability, if that will happen. It just seems like such an obvious thing that you'd want to do. You'll be safe, I think, for your next game at least. And then you'll see what happens from there, as opposed to having going and pitching yourself. Although Arrowhead might look at this and be like, the world is our oyster. We should definitely go seek other partners. If I were them, I would probably be pretty eager to do that, actually, unless you wanted to cash out quicker. But they have a lot of great potential. So anyway, a lingering effect would be, I would love to know, we're wondering what the lingering effect would be with PC gamers and the future games and all of that. But I think the bigger lingering effect is Arrowhead's relationship with Sony. And then, of course, how Sony proceeds forward with the PC gaming initiative, which is going to become increasingly important. Whether or not you like it, whether or not you're as bullish as I am about it, where I think they should really rev that up and get it going on that in a greater way or not, it's going to happen. And it's the only determination to be made is at what speed. And I wonder if this has affected their path in any way. But man, I would love to know how this all went down behind the scenes. And then a second lingering thing real quick is just, I didn't get into it because I don't really, I don't know. It's too much drama, but I do think it was an interesting angle that there seemed to have been some sort of breakdown in some of the community management of the game.
Yeah, a person got fired.
So yeah, what's that all about? So Arrowhead fired someone because of this?
One of the community managers got fired. I had this up a minute ago. I believe that the theory behind, well, and maybe this person made a statement. They were a community manager that said basically like, if you're unhappy, then you should leave bad reviews because it will give us better leverage with Sony. Just like, as a community manager, you might not want to tell people to review bomb your game so you can get better leverage with your publisher.
Yeah, exactly. Like Sony owns the game. Like, so, I mean, not that they would do this, but Sony owns the game. They could just take it right now and give it to someone else. You know?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they would ever in a million years do that. You want to talk about a catastrophic. I'm just using it as an example of you need to know where you sit in the pecking order. And I am sure that I'm not sure, but I would imagine that Sony themselves were like, this person needs to go. You know?
Oh, absolutely.
And that happened because of that. So interesting stuff. To hell and back they went. And
yeah.
Just such an unforced error with a lot of interesting dynamics to it. Certainly a memorable story, I think. Something to learn from. Classic getting in the way of momentum. Just didn't need to do it. Wonder what the ramifications will be at Sony. Whose call was this? Is this a company with consequences? And is this a consequence also of just having a game that's so much bigger than you ever imagined it would be? Which is certainly, when they decided to shut the PSN off or whatever, the connectivity, they didn't think it was going to sell like 15 million copies or whatever.
Yeah.
Which is where I think it might be. I was saying that on another show where I'm like, it could be it was reported at 11 million, right? Like a couple months ago, or not reported, but that's what someone had kind of figured out and did, we don't know the data for sure. It will be in the financials for Sony. It's gotta be.
Yeah.
And I think that's where they've been saving that number. And I wouldn't be surprised. And I wouldn't be surprised if 2/3 of those people were on PC.
Yeah.
Helldivers would be a very healthy success story on PlayStation 5 alone, but it became a phenomenon. 5-6 million people probably played Helldivers 2 on PS5, which is amazing, actually, especially for a first or second party multiplayer game. And the PC audience is what made it what it is. And so they are really in the driver's seat in some sense.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I do love also, before we close out of this, just the thematic irony of all of this, where it's like the whole, like it couldn't have happened to like a better game, where like the whole game is built around mobilizing its players
for
to like tackle these challenges for democracy. And then there's also the idea, it's like, oh, it's only 3% of our Helldivers are gonna die. Well, whatever, who cares? We're Super Earth. Who gives a shit? I do love it. Like there's something about this whole thing that's strange, that's strangely perfect. In a way that I don't think you couldn't write it better.
Yeah, it's very meta.
Yeah, very meta.
All right. So the other big story this week has to do with Xbox, and so many people wrote in about this. I mean, we're not going to ignore what happened over there. I think it's interesting to talk about. This is a PlayStation podcast, but I think talking about Xbox and maybe what we will end up calling Microsoft gaming ultimately is going to become a bigger part of everything we're going to talk about. Why? Just a little bit of a teaser. Sea of Thieves murdered on PSN. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Oh, no.
And it was the best-selling game on PlayStation Network in April and in Europe, and the 4th best-selling game in North America. So the game came out in 2016, just so everyone knows.
Wild.
So yeah, really wild success story. And so Xbox is going to become a more relevant part of this show, I think, because more of these, there's rumors about Helldivers coming over and Indiana Jones, and I think Gears of War, and like.
No, you mean Halo?
I'm sorry. What did I say?
You said Helldivers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not Hell. I'm sorry. Right. Halo,
wanted to save you.
Yeah. Thank you. So here's what happened. And I'm using IGN as my report for this, which is they write Microsoft closes Redfall developer Arcane Austin, Hi-Fi Rush developer Tango Gameworks, and more in devastating cuts at Bethesda. So Arcane Austin, these were the guys that made Redfall, yes, but they also made Prey, and which is a beloved game, and Hi-Fi Rush and The Evil Within were made at Tango Gameworks, in addition to Ghostwire Tokyo. Alpha Dog Games is less consequential. Still sad for them, obviously. They make mobile games, but they made a game called Mighty Doom. The fourth studio that's affected is Roundhouse, which was already an external kind of branch of the Elder Scrolls Online developers, ZeniMax Online, and so they're going to be absorbed into that family because that game still does very well. What is it, like 10 years later, which is pretty crazy. That game has been a very silent, Elder Scrolls Online has been a very silent success story, very persistent, probably the most consistent thing that Bethesda has had in some sense. So the game Redfall they were apparently going to roll out an offline mode soon and continue to update it. That's going to be it's going to be available, but it's going to just be as it is now. Hi-Fi Rush was rumored to be ported to Switch. That seems like it's going to be shut down. It'll just be where it is available now. And it's widely assumed, like I said, that a lot of these other games will eventually come over. So this situation is interesting because there's a lot surrounding it. There's I don't even know where to begin with this. I'll just go to Double Dave. He says, "Good day, Sacred Lads. Colin, I'm just writing to tell you that this entire time, I thought you were being too pessimistic about Xbox's acquisitions, plans, and future. But now after how the past few months have gone, I'm here to say that you were completely correct. I'm starting to worry now that the downward pressure from Microsoft on Xbox to start returning investment on that Activision Blizzard acquisition will be what ultimately kills Xbox as we know it. Cheers for being one of the voices criticizing these moves and going so in depth with your analysis, as it has made me understanding these issues. These news pieces far greater. Keep up the great work. LSM fan. We love you." Well, these were what the notes are for, because I wanted to write out a bunch of things about this. And before I even get into it, I'm really curious what you guys think about the closure of these studios and kind of the fallout from it. Dustin, talk to me about your thoughts.
Yeah, it's surprising and not surprising at the same time. And there's, much like the Helldivers story, there's a lot of different layers and things to dive into. But the thing that sticks out to me immediately is, I believe this was in the email from Matt Booty. He says, "This reprioritization of titles and resources means a few teams will be realigned to others, and that some of our colleagues will be leaving us." It's like, you're Microsoft and you spent billions of dollars to have teams that you suddenly now don't have enough resources for. Maybe you should have thought about that. Maybe just a little bit. And then in terms of Tango and Arcane Austin specifically, what's, I think, the core pain point, maybe not the core pain point, but one of the major glaring things is just what feels like the sheer hypocrisy on display. And we have talked for years at this point about how not only Phil Spencer, but the Microsoft and Xbox leadership in general will just say whatever fucking sounds good to you. And I'm not saying that Sony's blameless in this. They're any kind of big corporation executives are going to say whatever they need to at the time. But hearing specific things about how Hi-Fi Rush went beyond their internal metrics, things like that, how they were going to continue to support Arcane and things like that. How about that now? Did you mean those things? Do you mean anything in this case? And I get it. There are probably a lot of specific things about these two studios, primarily with Arcane Austin. We talked about a few months ago that there was a lot of talent leaving. And so we may have had a Ship of Theseus type situation with that studio. And then with Tango, we had Shinji Mikami leaving in the last few years. Or was that last year?
Mikami left last year, yeah. And then his non-compete ended this year, so he started his new team.
Right. And I know there were false rumors about him taking a lot of people along with him, but regardless, I mean, that's kind of the core member director of your team going. And so that may play a part of it, but at the same time, you look at the success in some metrics of Hi-Fi Rush, of it's like, clearly this is a game that was very good. It resonated people. This is a passionate team, and you're Microsoft and you have resources and you need fucking games. Here's a team. But yet, oh, no, we don't have enough resources. But then there's also the quote about Matt Booty that came out recently at their town hall thing. Like, oh, we need more small games. And I know that the whole small game thing is debatable about whether Hi-Fi Rush is considered a small game. But look at, you have a team that is that has creative ideas, is able to do things that people are really into. Maybe not necessarily the sales success or the Game Pass grab that you wanted, but the potential is there. But clearly that's the problem that Xbox has. They have no idea to look at the talent they have and give them the resources they need. And this is something Maddie was saying. I was listening to Defining Duke when I was editing last night, and I totally agree with this point, is that Microsoft's big problem is identifying talent and keeping it and knowing what assets they have. And on the flip side of that, giving so much leeway to these other teams and this other talent that doesn't seem to deliver over and over again with 343, over and over and over again. But Tango, nope, you're out. Arcane's the one that I feel, as opposed to the common consensus of people being upset, that I feel like I probably understand a little more than Tango. And also just how Xbox is just, they had a Japanese developer and they're like, nope. Don't need that.
It's very interesting. And that perspective is very interesting just from, I will say that if they're looking at Bethesda as a unit and they're like, we have to cut, who else would go? That's the only view I would go for, like, that I look at it from, is like, you have to cut whatever, 20%, right? And it's like, well, we're not cutting id. We're not cutting Machine Games. We're not cutting Bethesda Game Studios. We're not cutting Arcane in France. It's like, eventually you are left with these other studios that are just, frankly, much less consequential. So from that perspective, I get it. It's just the bummer for them is they put themselves in that position. They didn't have to be in that position. They spent so much money and they've garnered so much attention from the internal, powers that be, that they're flipping over every rock now, and it's just not the same anymore. They did this to themselves. That's the ironic part. They never had to do this. If they just left good enough alone with Activision, frankly, this would have never happened. Right? Now, they might not give a shit because they're about to control a major money horse, but
yeah.
Chris, let's get you in. I have so much to say, but I want to get you guys in first before I fucking pontificate.
Yeah. I mean, it's deeply frustrating to me. Like, I understand what you guys are saying about, like, well, what other teams would go. It's just, to me, when I look at Tango specifically, Arcane, I get, because a lot of the team that made Prey left during the development of Redfall anyway. So that's not even, ostensibly, that's not really the same team that's going to give you another Prey anyway. The other studios are a lot more, inconsequential. Like, I get that. But Tango specifically, like, when they talk about, like, oh, we want smaller games that give us critical acclaim and all that stuff, it's like, I understand that Hi-Fi Rush wasn't fucking Prince of Persia or something. But, like, that is a critically acclaimed game, the likes of which you have not seen in several generations. At this point, it would be like, it's the same feeling that I have with PlayStation about Helldivers, where it's like, I understand that that's not the game that they're looking for, but dude, if not this, then what, dude? This is your 5th generation of consoles, and this is the first thing like this you've had ever. So take what you have and appreciate the fact that you have it and nurture that, because you don't know if this is ever going to happen again. It's very fucking fickle. And so when I see that happen to Hi-Fi Rush, which was unequivocally like the best game that they've made in many, many years, it's so unique and so interesting, and the team is so clearly talented. Because I liked Ghostwire also.
And Ghostwire. That's a great point.
Like, Ghostwire is great. I thought Ghostwire was a great game. It was actually the perfect length, the perfect density. I really, really liked it.
So you have a team in your first party that is capable of delivering specifically really good, really tight single player games. Maybe you could get better. Maybe they spend too much on it. Maybe they take too much time on it. Okay, fine. Fix that. Figure out a way to budget around that. There's ways to remedy the problems that arise from that make it not fit within your parameters, but it meets half of those parameters, dude. This is a critically acclaimed. This is like this is a big deal that you have this. And it might not be like a live service thing. And maybe that's why Halo Infinite stays, because maybe Halo Infinite makes a lot of money. I really don't know. I have no idea. I can't remember the last time I contributed to that storefront really in any real meaningful way. And I don't believe that information is out for people to just publicly witness. But, you know, I just, it's really awkward. And this is kind of where Colin, you talk about how it's probably a good thing that Sony doesn't talk all that much, because the issue now is that Microsoft talks so much that we have so much evidence of just pure hypocrisy. You know, we have them in their documentary that they put out a couple years ago saying, yeah, we closed Lionhead and we really want to learn from our mistakes. And then here you go. There goes Tango. It's like, I don't, this doesn't,
especially because I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, especially because they claim Lionhead closed because of personnel issues, not money. Right. That was the whole thing, was that they claimed in FTC, related emails when we were seeing that we've lost teams. Yes, but it's never been a money thing. Right. And yeah. So it's an important point. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. It's really disappointing. And the thing to me, the real thing about this, right, is it's got to be really disheartening to see a game like Hi-Fi Rush be as good as it is and as apparently internally successful as it is, and still not be enough to save that studio. Because then, like, if you're elsewhere in that ecosystem, what kind of morale does that build? It's like, oh my God, like, are we like one? Even if we make something that's fucking great, we got the Eye of Sauron over us, ready to fucking glass us. We can't even be secure in our own successes. Mm-hmm. And that's not a good environment to be in at all.
Yeah, if I was Double Fine right now.
Oh, dude, I'm astonished that it wasn't them, quite frankly.
Well, the rumor is that they're not them necessarily, but Xbox Studios is now next. That they pared Activision down 2,000 jobs. They pared Bethesda down and shut 4 teams down. And now Xbox's own studios, like the internal studios, these are all internal studios. We don't understand what I'm saying. So like,
that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think, I look at teams. I honestly look at teams like Ninja Theory, and I'm like, we'll see. They spent almost $200 million on you. You're about to release your game. They don't seem to care about your game in any respect. So it's obviously not going to sell any copies. Yeah. We'll see. Like, engagement numbers don't matter. I've been saying this over and over again. It doesn't matter how many people play your game. Doesn't matter how many people play your game. It matters how many people spend money on your game.
Especially for single player games. Like, it is especially useless as a metric for single player. Like, there's an argument to be made that like engagement is really the big deal for like multiplayer games. Like, if you can get a free to play game out there that people aren't paying any money for, the more people you get in there to contribute to the store. Like, I get that. Like, that makes perfect sense to me. That's why like 20 million people playing Halo Infinite or whatever. Like, I get it. Like that makes sense. But I don't know, man. I said this on Twitter, but like Xbox just strikes me as a very schizophrenic company right now. Like, it just feels like they don't really know what the fuck they're doing. They say we want this thing, and then immediately shut that thing down. I understand that a lot of these come from like higher up decisions, and I get that there's a incongruity to it that lends itself to, external speculation of hypocrisy. But like, I mean, like, dude, like, what? I don't even know what to make of this brand anymore, because it seems like they're just kind of scattershot. It's almost like watching. You ever see like a rabid mouse, like running in circles outside, and you're just like, oh man. That's kind of the feeling I get when I'm looking at Xbox make decisions. I'm like, you don't know what the fuck you're doing, and if you do, doesn't seem to make sense.
You have a funny way of showing it if you do know what you're doing. I mean, there's so much to say. I mean, there's so much to say, and we have a bunch of inquiries from the audience. I want to try to get through them all. We might not be able to touch on all of them. I mean, and I only selected a small fraction of what was submitted.
Yeah.
Michael Alamo wrote in and said, "Hey fellas, apparently making a Game of the Year caliber game that everyone couldn't stop talking about that drove sales of the main service that you push isn't enough anymore. Well, they admit," and I think he means Microsoft, "that doubling down on subscriptions was a bad idea." This is, I think, the first important point I want to make. So what I basically did was wrote just a few paragraphs here, and I'm going to read each of them in turn and then kind of elaborate on them. I wanted to do this because the reality is putting your opinions on the internet it comes with like, you got to put up your shield and take it for what it is. And I dealt with a lot of abuse on the internet for a lot of different things I've said. And that's just kind of comes with the territory. But I must say that my commentary on Game Pass over the years, my commentary on Xbox's strategy over the years, my commentary on this acquisition fever over the years has driven probably more abuse towards me than any other thing I've ever said, by people telling me that I was a fanboy, that I was wrong, that I didn't know what I was talking about, and so on and so forth. And I was right about all of this stuff. And it's important to note that there are not only people that listen to things like shows like this that were aggressive about what ended up being wrong, of course, but so many creators believed this shit hook, line, and sinker. They have not a critical bone in their body. When people would come to me and say like, oh, if Sony could buy this, they wouldn't. I'm like, I wouldn't want Sony to buy that. I said it over and over again over the years. I'm like, I don't want Sony to really buy anything. I can imagine a situation where Sony buys this. I can imagine a situation where Sony is compelled to buy this, but I don't really think that that's necessary for the PlayStation brand. And I was told that I was an idiot and I was stupid and all of these different things. So here's what I wanted to get through. The first thing is, and I'll read off these a little bit, so forgive me, and then I'll elaborate. Game Pass cannot work at anywhere near a reasonable price because it has to make up for an enormous amount of lost a la carte revenue on first parties, where you make 100% of gross revenue, and third parties, where you make up a free 30% rip on everything sold. The only way for it to work is at scale, and Xbox's own documents presented during the FTC fiasco show that it's tens of millions of subscribers behind, and with flat year over year growth in subs, Game Pass simply will not materially grow moving forward. It's static, and if anything, softer than it was several years ago. This was the first thing that I took a lot of abuse about. For some reason, people did not comprehend this point. And I don't know if you saw a letter going around recently over the last day or so that was written by some dude that used to work at Bethesda that basically says exactly this, that there is a major problem when you're not selling games anymore. The money has to come from somewhere. I was told over and over and over again that Game Pass more than pays for it and it's profitable. No, it fucking isn't. No, it isn't. If you're making $100 million or $150 million game and you're not selling it, but rather having it subsumed by a subscription service and then basically putting those costs out and trying to subsume as much content as possible, then the subscription service itself must pay for that content. This is simple. And this was overlooked by many people for some reason. This was the first clue that it wasn't going to work. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get that. Number two, leaning into a subscription service as the center of revenue flow has had a massive downstream consequence. Xbox gamers purchase fewer games per capita from Nintendo than Nintendo and PlayStation ecosystems, as seen ad nauseum on sales charts, in breakdown numbers, and by the fact that large and small publishers alike, as well as many indie devs, skip Xbox voluntarily, because if you're not in the walled garden, you cannot win. Xbox trained its own audience to not buy games, cutting off streams of revenue in hopes that Game Pass could meet and exceed expectations. It's important to note that Xbox's gaming division would be down in revenue year over year, if not for the Activision acquisition. This is another really important point, that deploying a Game Pass-like subscription model is going to have enormous downstream consequences. We talked about this over and over and over again on this show. And again, we were called fanboys and stupid and all of the rest for pointing out that if you drive people towards something very valuable, and there is no doubt that Game Pass is valuable, then you have to accept that the money is going to dry up elsewhere. And if you're not inside the walled garden, you are going to lose. This was something that was just pointed out by another listener. This was something that was pointed out by I don't know if you guys remember, we went over it, that in the FTC leak, an executive from another part of the company that's been there for many years wrote to Phil Spencer and said, I am very concerned about the moat you are building. What if the winds change?
Right.
We were saying over and over again on this show that if you train people to do this one thing, then there are going to be massive consequences on the other side. The consequences were people waiting for games to come into Game Pass and just playing things that are in Game Pass and so on and so forth. This scares third-party partners away. What GamesIndustry.biz had reported after GDC is true. There are publishers that are like, why even bother if you're not inside the walled garden? And then I wrote this. Meanwhile, Game Pass presents another problem. Unlike Sony and Nintendo, which have subscriptions built around legacy content, online play, and reasonable licensing fees, Microsoft hinged Xbox on the viability of its subscription. PlayStation Plus and Nintendo Online are all upside services that generate far more revenue than is spent on them. They are also additive, not central. First-party content and lots of day-and-date releases raise the cost of Xbox's subscription by orders of magnitude, all the while almost certainly having the fewest subscribers, particularly compared to PS Plus. The economics make no sense. So this is an important thing to just underline. It's not only that there's a downstream effect from Game Pass, it's that there's a downstream effect from them hinging everything on Game Pass. This is not a problem shared by the competitors. The subscription models are upside, making money. They want to make money. They need to extract more money out of these subscription services. Don't get me wrong. But nothing hinges on it. Access to games or whatever, your entire ecosystem's branding. So when that falls apart, it falls apart here too. Another thing I wanted to point out is, and this is what I wrote here, is Microsoft's publisher and developer expansion has been gratuitous, done without any rhyme or reason, executed with the goal of growth for growth's sake, with no plan whatsoever for the mid or long term. This was proven in emails leaked during the FTC hearings in which Microsoft was interested in purchasing virtually every single entity of note in the games industry. I was repeatedly told every company did this, which of course is and has always been complete nonsense. From the Psygnosis acquisition until this generation, Sony has never purchased a team it didn't work with first, find success with, and trust, which is why it has comparably little internal developer trouble. Nintendo, meanwhile, has explicitly said you cannot buy what makes its games special. Microsoft is dealing with thoroughly more dynamic, thoughtful, and intentional entities than it has itself displayed in 23 years. It cannot handle the family of teams in the IP it has bought. The people that cheered on these acquisitions as if it was going to extract the greatest of minutia from the fucking, annals of Activision history. No, you're getting Call of Duty. I mean, that was what was always going to happen. And it's crazy that people didn't see this for more of what it was. There is such a thing as too big of a team. This is why I don't want Sony to grow much more. How much can you manage? How many games do you really even need? You want third-party releases. That's all free money for you. You want to complement it with first-party games. Having so many studios, not to maybe Embracer's extent, but having so many studios that they start to compete with each other, basically, for time, for money, and all of this, it's a fool's errand. People don't play games like that. You see in the charts time and time again, the same stalwart free-to-play games, the same stalwart annualized games, a few big AAA games find their way in there. Those dominate people's hours. There is no need for a subscription service that constantly churns new games into it. That is important for a la carte sales. It's crazy that they thought that they can manage these teams. They can't. What entity is better now than before Microsoft bought it? I mean, another thing I wrote is Xbox's gambit of deprioritizing its console has had major consequences that are likely irreversible no matter what they do. And while all consoles will eventually go away, Xbox will absolutely be going away first, at least as a strict first party as we understood it. Expect the next line of hardware to be its last. Expect its death spiral to continue as it pushes fewer than 1 million Xbox Series consoles a quarter, which Sony sells PS5s in a down month. Game Pass cannot succeed without Xbox consoles at its center, and without consoles, latent third-party income and many more revenue services are lost. This is perhaps the most vicious of multiple vicious cycles Microsoft finds itself in. Because Game Pass has not proliferated like it was going to, especially as a multi-platform entity on PC and presumably elsewhere, we know that it would be on PlayStation, basically, if Sony would allow that. they made this mistake of saying the console doesn't matter, the console doesn't matter, the console doesn't matter, the console doesn't matter. But without the console, you don't make any rips on third-party games. You have nowhere for people to go to spend money. Dude, it is a big fucking deal that they sold fewer than 1 million Xbox Series consoles last quarter. Sony's going to announce that last year they sold somewhere between 20 and 25 million PS5s. To act like this doesn't matter and that everyone, this is the thing that gets me the worst, is that everyone's like, oh, this is happening across the board. No, it's not. Console numbers are totally healthy with Sony. You're going to see how healthy console numbers are going to be when the new Switch is announced.
Yeah.
This is not unique to the games industry or to the console space. It's unique to that company. And that's the final point that I wanted to make. Xbox has shown very little feel for the games industry. Its leadership is allowed to stay in positions and even find themselves promoted, while their brand has become increasingly marginalized. While having command of Microsoft's war chest, their returns have been by far the worst, their meaningful exclusives minimal, their market share shrinking, their reputation tanking. There's a desperation around the brand. The leadership team has repeatedly and regularly spoken out of both sides of its mouth, misrepresented reality, misled their own audience, and fed a rampant fanboyism in their space that now has them being eaten by their own. Few Xbox creators or power users expressed an ounce of skepticism over what was being obviously a series of questionable at best decisions. Anyone who cheered this leadership team, its acquisitions and other choices, and so on must deal with the fact that they were completely wrong, and that their complete lack of skepticism helped bring the brand down a primrose path. If they don't admit they were wrong, why they were wrong, and how they were wrong, they are fraudulent. A lot of the rise and abuse in gaming space is generated directly from this ecosystem and how it was fed by the people at the top. These people, in turn, never held Microsoft to account, and probably never will. So that's what I wanted to write, just so I didn't miss anything. I know I went on a bit there, but I hope that was okay.
Yeah.
It literally is what it is now. You have to be in some level of fucking complete delusion at this point, to not see it for what it is. And it's a interesting situation, for sure. Let's get some of the listeners in here and hear from them. GameSimp wrote in and said, gents, with the news of various Xbox studio closures and layoffs this week, I can't help but gawk in disbelief at games media's defense of Phil Spencer's leadership. Instead of holding Phil accountable for the aggressive M&A strategy that led to the overpayment of Activision Blizzard in a rising interest rate environment, outlets have blamed Microsoft's C-suite, capitalism, and investors. I can nearly guarantee that many of these fools are shareholders of Microsoft themselves, either directly or indirectly through index or mutual funds. Are they just ignorant or hypocritical? The topic deserves more care beyond lazy proclamations like capitalism is bad or we hate CEOs, except for Phil, who appears on our content. I'll hang up and listen. It is fucking crazy that these people still have jobs. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Phil Spencer, Matt Booty, Aaron Greenberg. The head of Xbox, the head of its teams, the head of its marketing, respectively. In what universe have they succeeded? I'd love to know that. What do they know? They got fucking Matt Booty got promoted last year, as you might recall. Because of his, look at all of the games he's created, and I just, what you're trying to tell me there's no talent in this industry that could fix it? Not even fix this, but take this. But I feel like they are going down with the ship. It almost feels like Xbox as a gaming brand will become Microsoft Gaming the second those guys are out the door. And people are like, well, Phil Spencer kind of saved Xbox. And it's like, for what though? To stumble along for years to lead its loyal player base down, like I said, a primrose path with nothing to show for it, where your biggest game is now the fucking PlayStation's biggest game. This brand is fucked. Sorry. And again, this is not a universalist thing. This is unique to them because Microsoft isn't a creative company. It is a services company. It is a computer software company, and they don't know how to manage talent. And they just spent an enormous amount of money on this publisher, and suddenly everyone is paying attention to Xbox internally. And now the pressure is probably really high. And you can just tell. Unbelievable. Dustin, why do these people still work at Xbox?
Yeah, well, I wanted to point to GameSim talking about people not blaming Phil Spencer, which that's not what I'm reading. In fact, it seems like a lot of people, the scales are falling from their eyes right now, and they're starting to see like, oh, well, maybe this leadership team isn't what we thought. And I don't know, maybe it is easy to blame nameless entities, which I'm not saying they're not blameless, but like Microsoft C-suite, capitalism, investors, very easy to put blame on these people. But Phil Spencer, as GameSint mentions, seems like a nice guy. He plays games. He hangs out with people at industry events. And so, yeah, I can understand just from the core of being a human. It's like, well, I know that guy, or at least you feel like you know him to some degree. People feel like they know us in some degree. I get it. I understand why people would want to try to deflect the blame in some way. But in reality, when you look at who's on top and who makes these decisions, it's like, yeah, it's him. So I will say that I feel like, though, while there may be some people that are blame shifting, I don't think that that's the case anymore. In fact, I feel like it's kind of become a universal thing. I mean, you see the occasional black hat troll, Colin,
yeah, black hat troll
will say a black hat troll will be like, well, where were you when talking about when Sony shut down this team or whatever, when they shut down not Media Molecule, the team that did Concrete Genie.
Pixel Opus.
Where were you when they shut down Pixel Opus? It's like, dude, nice try.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, nice try.
Nice try.
First of all, we were right here on this show.
Really.
Second of all, I bought Concrete Genie. Third, and Entwined. Third of all, the fuck do you want from me? You know?
Right. And the situation is so incredibly different. Like, it's apples. Right. I get it. It's like, oh yeah, there's studios that are closing, but it's like, no, these are not comparable situations. But in terms of them having their job, it's like, yeah, it is very confusing. Why? Like, it's one of those things where it's like, maybe it's like they haven't done anything wrong enough at one single moment. But you would think that to this degree, where you look at just years and years over and over, it's like, next year, that's the year we're turning it around. And even just recently on that fucking business update, Sarah Bond, we're building the biggest generational leap. Like, just keep waiting.
Yeah.
Like, at what time do the consumers, and at this point also Microsoft, have to say, okay, well, we've waited long enough. We keep waiting.
Yeah, I have.
And we're still in the same spot.
It's funny. The best generational leap. I'm getting so sick of it.
Yeah.
Make a game. What do you mean? Oh, the biggest generational leap ever. The Switch is a fucking iPhone from 2012, basically, and it's got like amazing games on it. I could give a fuck less about this fictional generational leap that you're gonna be able to see what Lara Croft's like pupils at like 9K resolution. I could give a fuck.
I thought you were going to say pubes for a second, not going to lie.
I'm so No, I'm just so...
I mean, some people might like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, it'll drive sales.
Every hair follicle.
I just don't know, man. It's very tiresome to the point where, and I don't mean to stomp on the conversation, but like, dude, like it really feels to me like I've been a fan of Xbox for a long time. I like a lot of these consoles, and like I've had a big long history with a lot of them. But at this point, the brand feels like completely dead. I really don't know how you come back from any of the things that have happened here with such a long history of just constant failure. Like, realistically speaking, if you're listening to this podcast right now, are you going to get the next Xbox? Why the fuck would you? Really, why would you? This is like a complete... There's no leadership here at all. There's not even a real indication that this brand will exist in a year or two's time. So why would you invest in anything that they're saying? If they've been constantly lying, or if they've not been lying, they've been constantly like talking out of both sides of the mic trying to placate their existing audience. I just don't get it. I don't usually go this hard on them because like I understand that I've always been like really, really understanding that they inherit, like specifically Phil Spencer inherited such a fucked situation, because I really do think it all comes down to like that Don Matrick thing really set them up for complete failure. I think that really was the true death knell, and how they maneuvered that really would have only like delayed an inevitable either, you know, way later on or accelerated it. But I was always curious to see like, all right, what are they going to do to sidestep this this completely devastating blow? And the responses that Phil and his team have just been confusing and just completely incongruent and seemingly completely backwards and schizophrenic. It just feels like a ship with no captain. And it's just weird to look at from the sides, because you're just like, you're hoping for the best, you know, because I want a competitive game industry. I want ideally a healthy Xbox to compete with a Sony and to compete with like an incredibly healthy Nintendo. But like that hasn't been the case for fucking ages. So I don't know. I'm ranting at this point, but it's just,
go on.
It is annoying to witness all this.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, man. I just refuse to believe that there aren't people out there that are capable of steering the ship in a different direction. I do believe that they're probably, Xbox will never again be what it was in the Xbox 360 era. And that brand it's never going to happen. And I'm not saying it to be a dickhead. It's just, it is what it is at this point. Like, I'm pretty sure that the die is fairly cast. I don't know what they can do to change, because they put themselves into such a dire situation with revenue because of their nut now, right? I mean, like they own this pipeline. They bought it. They absorbed the pipeline that makes hundreds of millions of dollar games every year in Activision, right? Like it's a very expensive, very dynamic thing. And so the ironic thing is that they might actually start having these games that people care about, and they're going to rely on PlayStation and probably the Switch too to sell copies. Now that they finally have access to the true currency of the industry, which are games, they can't rely on their own audience to support them requisitely anymore, because player base doesn't matter. It's how many copies of the game you sell that matters.
Well, and Colin,
yeah, good.
I just want to add real quick, there's the reporting too from Tom Warren that they are debating about putting Call of Duty on Game Pass.
Of course they are. I said this years ago, didn't I? I mean, we talked about this. I was like, it can't be an easy decision, because that game is so fucking expensive. Mm-hmm. And you sell so many copies of it. That's probably one of the biggest selling games on their platform. I mean, it certainly is. It's on PlayStation too. So why would you undercut that? People were always acting like the math was linear, and it's not. It's a risk. It's a major risk. And we saw that, by the way, in the leak from the Insomniac, that Sony had a one-off experiment with Horizon Forbidden West, putting it on PS Plus, and they determined that they lost somewhere like $100 million in revenue. How do you think that's going to go? Game after game after game after game after game. It's kind of crazy that people don't see that for what it is. However, it would be fucking weird for them not to put it on Game Pass. That is why they bought it. So they really had no plan. I mean, that's a real illustration, because you would think that would be like, no matter what, all right, fucking Toys for Bob and fucking Spyro, whatever. We'll worry about all that shit when we get into the trenches. But we need to have an idea of what we're going to do with Call of Duty. We need to know exactly what we're going to do. They don't. They still don't know.
Yeah, the fact that that's still up in the air is crazy. Like certifiably straitjacket insane.
It's probably, you know what probably happened, Chris, is, and you can tell this from, what is it, Hood, the CFO, Tim Hood, is that what his name is? Something like that. And others, is that this deal wasn't made in a vacuum. This is the biggest acquisition Microsoft as a company has ever made. However, I think the rationale wasn't really vetted until the acquisition was made. And what I mean by that is, I think it was probably taken for granted that, yes, we're absorbing all of their stuff and we're putting it all on the Game Pass, right? And then when it went through, the number crunchers and the bean counters went through and they're like, wait a minute. You are going to what? Because what about this? And what about this? And what about this? And I think that it started to get deconstructed after the acquisition happened. It also is important to remember it took 2 years for the acquisition to happen. Things materially changed on the ground, and there is no fucking way Microsoft paid an appropriate price for it. They way overpaid for Activision. And that was a major reason why I think I think that, remember, there was a $3 billion kill fee. I think Activision on their side was like, you're doing this fucking deal. You know, you agreed to this price for this shit, you know, and you're taking it all on board. They were just not prepared. And so it's going to be fucking weird when Hellblade 2 is released on PS5, when Starfield comes to PS5, when all these games come to PS5, and they're going to become really heavily reliant. Because what's important to note is Sea of Thieves' success proves that it doesn't matter if the game is old, it matters if it's new to the ecosystem. And they probably look at that and they're like, oh shit. So Halo Master Chief Collection will do what? Gears of War Collection would do what? Right? It's like, it's truly over for it. When I saw the Sea of Thieves stuff on the chart, I was like, oh my God. I thought it was going to be like, 10 or something like that. And I thought that might even be, they might be excited about that. We're talking about a game that's sold a lot on PlayStation. Mm-hmm. And so I guess what I'm saying is, just to put a fine point on it, it's ironic that they actually are generating a number of products that are now going to be not wholly, but heavily reliant on being subsidized by their rivals. This in turn undercuts the entire purpose of their console ecosystem. Without that console ecosystem, they have no one to sell Game Pass to, or many fewer people to sell Game Pass to. They also have nowhere to sell a la carte games, especially third parties, where they just get 30% revenue for nothing, just for hosting it, right? This is a catastrophic, vicious cycle that they're in. It's bad. And I do think that maybe part of the reason why the leadership is not moving on is because when the leadership event inevitably does get fired and moves on, that it might just be an entire wholesale reshaping of what the entire brand is. Someone comes in and they says, this is now Microsoft Gaming. We are now a publisher of games. We believe, just like with the rest of our business, in complete agnosticism. That's got to be right around the corner at this point, I think. And so maybe that's why you don't get rid of people, because you're getting people, like the ship is sinking, you get a new captain while the ship is still sinking. It's like, just let the ship sink. Kill the crew and just fucking get new people, and start, because the one thing, there's no doubt they can get out of this. It's just going to be as a publisher. And a big publisher. I mean,
right.
And that might actually be like that might actually be a good thing for their games or whatever. But like, I mean, it is kind of, I don't think the console is lasting much longer. My read on the situation is like, it's pretty clearly like they got one. I feel like they got one foot out the door already. I don't know if they're going to necessarily change it to Microsoft Gaming. I actually think Xbox is still a good enough brand to probably just like, well, just keep it Xbox, whatever. Who cares? As long as we're making money and we're, selling games, we could give a fuck less what it's called. I could see that, but yeah, they're going the way of they're pulling a Sega, I think.
Yeah,
in many ways.
Something I wanted to add here, just for additional context, I mentioned Tom Warren's reporting on The Verge that they are had internal debates about whether to put new releases of Call of Duty into Game Pass. Something else really interesting he says here is, quote, I'm told that Microsoft is also considering increasing the price of Game Pass Ultimate again. These are only considerations, so a final decision could mean we could still see a future Call of Duty release appear in most versions of Game Pass. The debate internally reflects the fact that Microsoft's Xbox strategy has shifted from just delivering its games exclusively into Game Pass to considering bringing more Xbox games to multiple platforms. And the last details from Matt Booty's memo says, quote, these changes are grounded in prioritizing high-impact titles and further investing in Bethesda's portfolio of blockbuster games. So yeah, increasing Game Pass, focusing only on blockbusters, and that is the Activision Blizzard effect, as you said.
Yeah, and I also think that's the anti-Game Pass. I mean, this is something that Jaffe would say. Why the fuck would you subscribe to Game Pass for these AAA games? I mean, I've said this over and over again. If you're looking for these are rental services, which is fine, but I would argue you just get much more value by buying these games. You need small games to keep people from churning, right? So they can't really have it both ways. They fucking had the game in Hi-Fi Rush, and they bragged about it. And when they pitched a sequel to them, they cut them. It just doesn't really make any sense. Pentiment, I don't think lit the world on fire, but that's another example of a small game that, you need a whole level. Game Pass just isn't going to work. Like, I don't know what else to say. It's just not going to work. People don't play games like this. I would love to see the use case of Call of Duty on Game Pass just to see how it does. But I think they realized that they would just probably lose $30 or something on every one of those people. They would just have it for 2 months and then leave. I don't know, man. It's very, very weird. Ken Beiser wrote in, said, "Hey, Sacred Dads and Chris. After hearing Maddie sound off on Xbox and their surprising closures of the 4 studios, what is the PlayStation perspective? Does this have any bearing on bringing more Xbox first-party games over? If doing very well for games like Hi-Fi Rush wasn't enough to keep that studio open, was closing them the plan all along, even if it sold well? What does Microsoft want in sales on PlayStation and Switch? Thanks for all the great content." I think we could look at the PlayStation perspective from 2 different ways, which is how these games will come to PlayStation, which we've discussed a little bit, Ken, but also how PlayStation internally reacts to this. I do think there's a certain level of respect you have to give to the Sony executives in the late 2010s when Game Pass was beginning to come on, right? Where they didn't do it, where they didn't capitulate in some way outside of getting a few games here and there, very small licensing deals. But they said from the start, like, the economics don't work. And when I started hearing them say that publicly, it seemed pretty obvious to me that they would know a lot better than most. And then when you saw Strauss Zelnick talk about it, and you saw fucking Bobby Kotick on the stand say that they didn't put Call of Duty in the Game Pass because they would lose money, it's like, okay. So I think from the PlayStation perspective, it's kind of interesting that it was probably scary. There were probably 10 scary quarters, specifically with that, where it's like, what do we do? What do we do? I would love to know the game plan beyond that. And obviously the experiments they were running with their own games shows that they were messing around with it. But I think they just realized it can't be working. They just, I think, garnered enough information from their own experience and probably their relationships with others who have put games on there. I mean, there's got to be a whole network of people talking to each other about this stuff where they're like, this doesn't work. And so from the Sony perspective, I think that it just says that they were probably right to hold tight, at least in the short to midterm. And as far as what it means for Xbox games coming over to PlayStation, I would think every game is up to come to PlayStation.
Yeah.
Whether everyone will come, I have no idea, but I think that every game's on the table. And Sea of Thieves is just the lighter fluid on that, by the way. Grounded is also doing very well on PlayStation, by the way. So, interesting stuff. Okay. Pork Poncho wrote in, this is an important point, I think, to talk about as well. Hey, CDC, I'm sure you'll be discussing the recent Xbox events and the constant lies from Phil and his team. However, I'd like to address another aspect, the community. It's widely known that Xbox essentially weaponizes a community of ambassadors who spend all their time on social media, essentially participating in unpaid marketing campaigns. These very individuals often work to belittle and shout down anyone who dares to question the viability of the Game Pass model or rightfully called out Phil for his constant lies and misdirection. They also downplay instances of Xbox mistreating studios by saying, oh, this is industry-wide. Yet no other game publisher has had $3 trillion parent company, nor has any other spent nearly $80 billion in the last 5 years to acquire as many studios as possible, only to begin shutting them down. I understand that Twitter and Reddit aren't representative of reality, but these voices are becoming more prominent. Frankly, the public discourse around gaming has become so toxic that everyone is retreating to their own corners just to have a productive discussion. When will the wider community decide that these mouthpieces no longer belong in this space? Thanks, and I hope you're all well. Listen, I'll call it like it is because I'm a target of these people. These people, there's a certain pernicious toxicity in gaming generally and in all ecosystems, like all gaming ecosystems. But there's something about the Xbox ecosystem that I don't like. Just on social media seems to be so much more toxic, and a lot of it is definitely fed by this, not only this parasocialism that they share with the executives and the brand, but how they're kind of goaded on by the brand. Like Sony fanboyism, I guess, on social media can only go so far because it's definitely not reconfirmed by anyone that works at Sony. Sony doesn't say anything or follow these people or retweet them or encourage them. Sony barely talks to anyone about anything. So it only can go, the fire only burns so greatly. But when it looks like the fire is burning and then it looks like the company is really encouraging that, and that really reinforces a toxic negativity. I've said it before and I'll say it again that The only reason that I think the situation is funny is because it hurts those people. Like, straight up. I'm petty like that. A lot of those people have made the gaming space incredibly unpleasant. They were completely fucking wrong about everything, by the way. So I have no idea in what universe they should be analyzing anything. And a lot of people have conflated, in my opinion, kind of the good-natured fanboyism or the good-natured kind of home teamism of like what I would look at as like what COG does on Iron Lords. And then like the really negative, very confrontational, really crazy toxicity that I think permeates other spaces. And then they act like it's all the same, but it's not. And there's a fun and a good spiritedness to one. And there is a vileness and a true toxicity to the other. And so I truly think that this is funny primarily because those people look like fucking idiots right now. They were wrong about all of it. And they were so proud of being wrong. So I feel bad for the Xbox fan base that this is happening to the brand. I feel bad for just normal people, but these aren't normal people. These are the fucking ringleaders of this toxic environment that we've existed in for so long, in which every single prediction they made was wrong, and in which every single call they made was wrong, and in which they are unable to even acknowledge it. That's a problem to me. Every time I get something wrong, we talk about it extensively on the show. And I've never gotten anything wrong as catastrophic as this. Are they gonna study themselves and study how they got to this point? Why they allowed executives to just lie and misrepresent things so obviously that it would be obvious to anyone, except for the true believer. That's why I felt like taking Dustin, like when you take a stance on the internet, it comes, like we said, with a certain cost, and your position is staked, right? And you imbue a certain amount of risk by saying things. I felt like this whole proposition was as risk-free as humanly possible. That's what was so funny about it. That's why I doubled and tripled and quadrupled down on it for years. Because I was like, there's just no way. So why were these people so deluded? I think that they were deluded because they're not good faith actors. And hopefully people remember who's who and what's what and what they said. People making marketing materials. Come on.
Oh, wearing a suit after the Activision deal goes through.
Who was that? Who did that?
And now Colt.
Oh, did he really?
There's a clip of him from last year wearing a suit talking about how the deal went through and how it's good. And then now he's saying that, I said they need to leave this deal alone.
No, I don't think you did. Maybe he can wear that same suit to Xbox's exclusivity funeral.
Maybe.
As we continue to get more and more and more and more and more and more and more PlayStation, Xbox games.
Did you see that somebody nuked Phil Spencer's base? And
yeah, that seems a little mean.
It's mean. It is funny though.
It is.
Can it be reversed, or is that like really fucked? Like,
I really have no idea.
I don't know. Yeah.
I think Phil's got bigger problems.
Yeah.
to worry about. To be fair.
Yeah, it seems a little mean-spirited.
His nuked brand.
But yeah, these that guy's a great example, and just others in that sphere, like the most disingenuous, bad faith, knowledgeless people making the scene so unpleasant for people like, frankly, like us, that we get things wrong all the time. But at least we try to do things in good faith, explain how we arrived at our answers, go over the things we have wrong, have postmortems and all the rest. These people are so disingenuous. And in a righteous world, there would be no coming back for, like, as a pundit or as a media personality, from being not only so catastrophically wrong, but so unapologetic. There will be no alternate history revisionism on this podcast. Sorry. Not happening. I was anti-acquisition from the get-go on all these different things. And I know who was there and who wasn't. And there weren't many people there because everyone thought this was a good thing for some reason. Oh, it's great when companies buy other companies. What a great thing that is. Oh, you mean the company with the most amount of money that has shown no talent for the games industry in 23 years? They're the ones that are going to consolidate? That's a great idea. Yeah, good shit. Also, we can have Game Pass and not pay for anything. And that's worked out really great. Worked out great, right, guys? Anton K wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Men, with these studio closures, I have to ask, How healthy is the gaming industry? While record profits and overall revenue has never been higher, what drives this? If Candy Crush, Fortnite, Call of Duty were removed from revenue and profit, would the industry still look as healthy? Would it look much more dire? I guess I'm wondering if the reported profits are legit or greatly skewed by a few massive franchises. Have a great weekend. Oh, the money's definitely skewed. But this goes into what I was saying. I think the industry it's like John McCain in 2008. The fundamentals of the industry are healthy, right? They're strong. It's just that, and I will repeat this over and over again, there are too many people making too many games. There are going to be tons of losers. There are always going to be winners because gaming's not going anywhere. This idea that there's going to be an 82, 83 style gaming crash is wrong. I mean, the gaming industry is fucking huge. When the gaming industry went away in the 80s for a little while, or it kind of went away as we knew it, nascent console gaming and arcade gaming, it was making a small fraction of what the gaming industry is worth now, like a very small fraction. It was making a small fraction of what the film industry at that time was making. So we're talking about like kind of a niche, and now we're talking about a permanent cultural institution of video games. It's not going to go anywhere. But the more of the forever gaming that happens, that is the cause of a lot of this money and revenue, that's fine. I don't give a shit about any of that. But you have to understand that that takes fractions of people's money and time. And there are only so many other people. And then there are so many games being aimed at them. There are just going to be enormous amounts of losers. And I hope that people figure this out sooner rather than later. There needs to be fewer games, way fewer. And you will find that people will just continue to play at the same amount and interact with games, but there just won't be so many losers. But this is going to, I mean, I saw this said, like, this is just, we're still in really the beginning of the purging of the workforce of the games industry, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Like this is still going to go on. This time next year, that will still happen. But we have not seen anything yet. This brings the number to what, 15,000 for the year or something like that? There's just too many people making games. And when you see things, I cut it out of the news actually, because we're going so long, but EA and Andrew Wilson over there, the CEO, was saying how eager they are to get involved with AI, generative AI, and how that could basically make it. He's used an example, I think, in FIFA of like how it would take 6 months to make a stadium, and they got that down to 6 weeks, and then they wanted to get down to 6 days or something like that. And it's like, so you're going to be dealing not only with really hyper competitive and strong market leaders like a FIFA going against your AAA whatever one-off game, but then you're going to be dealing with these guys doing much better jobs because of AI. I mean, it's just a no-win situation. So Anton, I think that the industry is healthy. I just think every company is going to have its level of purging. Sony had its purge, right? And they might even have to purge more. I don't know. We're going to find out in their financials what they look like. Sony also just spent an enormous amount of money with a venture capitalist firm to buy Paramount, right? So, or at least bid on it. So they're extended now. And they're in a little bit of a serious space as well. So I'm not saying that it's like, well, and we'll get into this in a minute, but it's not like to say it's not just Sony, or that Sony's immune. It's just to say that we need to cut back on the number of games. And that will happen either voluntarily by people stopping making so many games and investing in so many games, or it's going to happen when these games just naturally come out, fail, and then people wash out. And Kyle Sen has the last inquiry. He says, "Hey, Colin, I've seen a lot of speculation about the future of Xbox on this show, and I'm sure it will continue this week, but I'm wondering why speculation about PlayStation is always seemingly kept to a minimum. Are you just more confident about the future of Xbox, or do you prefer to wait for the PlayStation headlines to emerge rather than jump to conclusions? I'm just saying that the theorizing seems a bit uneven between brands. I understand the concept of misinformation, but Jaffe seems more willing to speak on the internals and, dare I say, mismanagement of recent years. I just don't, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but what is there to talk about that we haven't discussed on the show in terms of Sony? By saying so little and also running a really tight ship where things don't leak very often, if at all, except for like when they leak catastrophically, like it happened in Insomniac, there's not much to really say. We can hypothesize. And like I said, we're going to have much more to say next week when we have the financial data, new PS5 sales data, probably game sales data for games like Helldivers and others. I think there's going to be a lot of things to talk about, and then we can figure things out from there. But I'll just reiterate that this idea, and this idea really comes from like the Xbox fanboy ecosystem, as far as I can tell. It's just this idea, well, it's everybody. And it's like, no, it isn't. Like,
right.
It just isn't. Sony's probably not in a position where they want to be right now. They're going to undersell what they hope to. They're still going to have sold more than 20 million PS5s this year. I think that they're probably pretty happy. Spider-Man 2 sold 10 million copies in like 2 weeks. I think Helldivers 2 is like a fucking massive success. I mean, are we really going to compare these two things right now? I just feel like that's it's not disingenuous. It's just, what do you want me to say? We cover everything on this show, but there's so much more to say about Xbox because they make more moves, they say more, and they're failing more. So,
right. What about the weeks and weeks, probably hours of content that we've talked about Sony's live service strategy? Does that not mean anything? Was that not speculation?
Yeah,
about
it's
a business. It just doesn't make sense to me that it's like, in particular, in the case of Xbox, we have Sony who has, while they have altered their business strategy, adding things like the new PlayStation Plus tiers, they haven't fundamentally changed how they do business. They make games, they make consoles, and they sell them to you. Whereas Xbox has completely, a few years, when Game Pass started, altered their entire business strategy in terms of how they generate income. And in addition to, now we're seeing how they create games. There is way more to speculate about that. So I don't see it personally.
Yeah, I don't see it either. So we'll have more to say. I just think these three companies, the three central console manufacturers, are just in three different places. Probably a lot of, and we'll talk. Let's get right into the next topic here. Actually, I think we're done talking about all of that for now. Over on Video Games Chronicle, they write, Nintendo confirms it will announce its next console this fiscal year. And the fiscal year ends March 2025. Shuntaro Furukawa, president of Nintendo, said that they would hold a direct in June for more imminent games, and then announce the new hardware later. And they also revealed new numbers as well for software. So Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is the best-selling Switch game at 61.97 million units sold. Animal Crossing New Horizons, 45.36 million units sold. Dustin, I wanted to ask you specifically, although Chris, you can sound off on this as well. Since we talked so much about Xbox and there is some pertinent Nintendo news, I figured we would just sound off on this too to bring a little balance. And because what Nintendo does is going to be incredibly relevant to how Sony moves forward, the Switch has been a paradigm shifting machine from showing people the power of the handheld, and a powerful handheld, comparably. So as the host of our Punching Up Nintendo podcast, I thought I would hear from you and see what you think about this new console being announced, when you think it will be announced, and when you think it'll be released. They could follow the same Switch trajectory of, September, October reveal, March release, something of this nature.
That's what it's sounding like it's shaping up to be. It's been interesting to follow just because originally it seemed like it was going to release this year, but all the rumors are pointing to that they are waiting a little longer for software to be ready so they can kind of have a bigger lineup either at launch and throughout the first year. But what the main thing that we've been talking about on Punching Up is just what kind of evolution is this console? How much is it going to be more of an iterative update to the Switch? Because what they've implied so far is that it is going to be less of a big jump as like Wii U was to Switch, that this might just be a beefier Switch and the state of backwards compatibility, which it sounds like they're doing as well. But in terms of how this relates to PlayStation and their future, is that Switch kind of changed. It brought back handhelds completely. I don't think that we would have, maybe we'd have a Steam Deck, but the interest, I think Switch specifically showed how interested people are in playing console quality games on the go. And we've seen Sony start to kind of follow in those footsteps slightly, at least with the Portal, introducing a device like that, and rumors of both Xbox and PlayStation potentially developing some kind of handheld console and what that looks like. So it's been frustrating being in the Nintendo camp this year, just because we are kind of trying to gather up any scraps we can. And so now Nintendo is kind of forced to say like, yeah, this year we're doing it, but we don't really have anything to say on that quite yet, because dude, the Switch is still killing it and selling so many units even this many years later.
Yeah, 141 million sold, they announced.
Yeah.
Wild.
There's a great YouTube channel that I've been checking out called Nintendo Forecast, if anyone's into kind of this deep nitty-gritty stuff. And the other thing about Nintendo that's been very interesting is that a lot of rumors, I think Moore's Law is Dead reported on this, is they've had this console ready to go for a long time. And there's been a lot of factors in terms of as far as Nintendo deciding when to release it. I mentioned software earlier, but one of the things that this Nintendo Forecast channel pointed out is that they have to be very strategic about currency. Specifically right now, the yen is in a very weak position.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible.
They also need to consider their manufacturing, and if they reveal too much, the price, the bid for their manufacturing could go up, things like that.
Interesting.
So I'm very curious on what it's going to be like as far as just a beefier Switch, which in a lot of ways I'm kind of cool with. A lot of rumors about specifically the NVIDIA tech that they're putting into it. Could it have some kind of DLSS upscaling solution, much like what we assume PSSR will be like, but having games play 1080p on the go, and then when you put in the dock, it's able to tap into the upscaling cores and display games at an upscaled 4K. Could be pretty cool.
Yeah.
But for now, we must continue to wait.
Interestingly,
as we have for months.
Interestingly, and this just goes to show you when everyone's like, it's everybody, it's Xbox and it's everyone. It's like Nintendo is forecasting they're going to sell 15 million Switches this year. Like, that's insanity. That also portends that price cut, which I think will be very, very, very interesting indeed. Chris, you have anything you want to add about this upcoming Switch, expectations, anything like that before we move on?
I'm really curious what they're going to call it. Like that's my main point of curiosity, honestly. I'm not expecting like some quantum leap necessarily with this thing or whatever it's going to be. I do think it's going to be obviously better, but I still feel like there's part of me that feels like, yeah, this is still probably going to be underwhelming from a power perspective from my perspective, but it'll be like really impressive for the Switch. I feel like Super Switch is so obvious or something like that. Like I feel like a Super Switch would be sick.
We'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm interested. I'll buy one. Obviously, we'll have one in the house for use. And Michael will want to play.
Do you guys think they'll fix the Joy-Con drift?
Well, we were talking about that on Punching Up because the big rumor right now is that they're introducing like a magnet system, so it'll use electromagnets or whatever to lock in to the Switch, and they're also going to put supposedly back buttons on it. It's like, man, they will do fucking anything to these controllers, but will they fix the drift? Will they spend a little extra money to put the proper joysticks in? We'll see. Probably not, because it's Nintendo.
Yeah. It will be very interesting to see. It's very exciting and interesting. You underestimate Nintendo, as I've learned in my own career on several occasions. You underestimate them at your own danger, at your own risk, because they always surprise and delight. Okay. A few more small stories to get into here before we get into what we're playing. Over on Video Games Chronicle, they report via a podcast on MinMax that I didn't listen to, but I heard it was pretty good. He had an hour interview with Mark Healy. Mark Healy was one of the co-founders of Media Molecule that left. And he has a long history as an artist in the industry. He worked at Lionhead for a while and more, but he was the creative director of both Little Big Planet and Little Big Planet 2. So a person that would know a thing or two about those games. And he just confirms, which I think is good news. He says, quote, "I don't know exactly what state their project is in now. I don't think it's secret news that they're working on a new IP, for example. I would dare to go as far as saying it's more of a game than a creative tool from what I understand about it." Eureka! Can you believe it?
Thank God.
It's apparently quite a few interesting things in there for anyone that wants to listen to it. I haven't done so yet, but shout out to MinMax for that. And thank you for Video Games Chronicle for passing that along, so we can at least know that it is indeed a game and not creative tools, although I think that would be pretty obvious because that was a complete failure. I did see this, though, guys. I wanted to ask you about. Friend of the show, Kale Adam, wrote on Push Square, Remedy cancels premium co-op multiplayer game codenamed Kestrel. He writes, quote, "Remedy has revealed that its in development premium cooperative multiplayer game codenamed Kestrel has been canceled. Previously, Kestrel was known as Vanguard, and the moneyed Chinese holding company Tencent was set to handle publishing. Remedy said that canceling Kestrel will allow the studio to focus on its other in development projects, which includes a multiplayer outing set in the Control universe, Project Condor, and remakes of Max Payne 1 and 2. Now, an important thing to note here, and they do link to an old story, is that as of now, Remedy still hasn't made a profit on Alan Wake 2. The game is still in the red. You kind of saw that from, remember, it wasn't charting. It was like conspicuously just not charting. It was very weird. It seems like it did pretty softly. So they have to make some financial decisions there. And it looks like they've made one. Any thoughts on this, Chris? Remedy kind of cutting back, paring back. I don't know that we need to go much further than Control and Alan Wake. Just focus on your little universe. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Yeah. Kestrel always kind of struck me as like a bizarre detour anyway, from what little we knew about it. So like, unfortunately they have to cut back, I guess, but I would much prefer. I mean, it's also a little depressing to know that Alan Wake 2 didn't make its money back, but at the same time, like, dude, this is like a broader kind of like philosophical disappointment to me, just because like it really does appear that you could just kind of make garbage and make a lot of money, and then like good shit kind of doesn't. I don't know. That's deeper than this conversation necessitates. But paring back is probably the smart thing to do anyway, just because things in the industry are generally kind of like looking a little bleak. You want to be careful with how you spend your money, I think.
Any surprise, Dustin, that Alan Wake 2 has not made a profit yet?
Well, I don't want to argue that this is the reason, but I'm sure that it's part of it, in that they only released it digitally, and they only released it on the Epic Game Store. So I understand that, digital games are on the rise over physical, but I think this is a moment to look at and say, like, okay, well, what does having a presence on retail space mean? As far as people that maybe they saw it at the Game Awards, but they buy games physically, or they heard about it and they go to the store where they buy games. If they're a physical gamer, it's not there, Yeah. And I think too, the Epic Game Store thing. Yeah. That's a big one, just because as much as I personally don't really care, there are many that do, that their library is on Steam and they don't want to go outside of that. And so they're just like, no, we're not, we'll buy it when it's on Steam. And maybe that's not possible with the Epic funding. And that's the kind of scary part probably for them, is that my overall point is that they have limited the access of this game, I think, in two pretty significant ways. And so if it was available on Steam and available physical, would that have made it profitable? I can't say. I don't know. But it's certainly a factor to look at.
Yeah, I do think you make a good point. The recent Insomniac leak about game sales, people have been looking at that and then comparing it to other data about PSN sales, specifically in digital sales. And then you compare it to the percentage that they claim, digital to physical ratio, which is like it's like 2 to 1. And at this point, it's like, you say 2/3 digital, 1/3 physical. However, it seems fairly obvious that the number of physical games in the AAA space is obviously very, very high, and that the numbers are being skewed on a per capita basis by cheap digital only games, such that someone noticed, I think, that you're looking at a game like God of War Ragnarok, that's like in the 15 million range, that might have sold 10 million of them physically, that's like a substantial number, because the download numbers for that game show something like 4 million, right? And it's like, really? That's it? That's so interesting. So there is a heavy disc use in the AAA space still, especially on PlayStation. You see that even in the AA space and in the indie space with smaller releases. We're going to do another small release at Lilymos soon, physically, for PS5 game. And I think that the numbers are kind of skewed. In other words, we need the breakdown on I don't know what you would do. I guess it would be on an MSRP basis, $70 breakdown, $40 breakdown, or $50 breakdown, $20 breakdown, and so on. Right.
That makes sense for us, as like when we're analyzing data as we find it. But what confuses me about that is, like, wouldn't Remedy know that?
Well, like, that's the confusing thing. Remember, Chris, we said, when I was like, I don't know why you're not printing physically, I will fund the physical printing of Alan Wake too. Like, so there's got seriously, like, you want to get into, I'll do it all, facilitate the entire thing for you. Crazy, So I wonder what that was all about. And I wonder if it was them really thinking that they could kind of cut out the little bits of revenue that they share with others in that sense, selling the same amount of money game, but you're getting you're only getting 70% digitally too. It just doesn't make any sense, really. I would love to know what that was all about. They never explained, I don't think.
No. Well, they had like some really nothing explanation when they first announced it, but like I don't even remember if it was really anything meaningful.
Dude, they put Alan Wake 1 remastered on disc.
Yeah,
And not 2.
And I don't get
Maybe
it.
they're going to, I mean, they're going to inevitably do it, right? I mean, especially with the financial situation as it is with that game. If they're still in the red, they're canceling another game. The Rockstar money is probably pretty nice for Max Payne, right?
Yeah,
Probably.
there will probably be like some Ultimate Edition because there are DLCs coming to that game.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll do something like that.
Yeah, that might have been the idea the whole time, which we just wait, and maybe their gambit was we get 2 kind of hits, and like 2 more meaningful hits if we just have a digital only release that we know is going to hurt us a little bit, but then we release the physical version completely at a premium.
Would be interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a little bit of a game.
I hate that.
It was a weird call. It was a weird call. The whole thing.
Yeah.
It's the only problem. The only thing I didn't like about Alan Wake 2 was that was how they handled that launch.
Very strange. I have to get back to that game still. Maybe they fixed the fucking horrifying shimmering that I was experiencing. All right, the final piece of news, guys, before we get into what we're playing. And there is no bigger news, by the way, this week. I just put it all here. So we're just going to get into what we're playing, and then we'll finish the show with our listener inquiries. It's just right before we started publishing, PlayStation Blog posted the PlayStation Store April 2024 top downloads. And there's some interesting data in here. Although we don't have the specific numbers, we know the order in which they're represented. And as usual, they don't number the columns, so we're going to have to count like we're on Sesame Street. In the US and Canada, Helldivers 2 is the best-selling game of April. That will be 3 months in a row, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, what was last? I don't even remember last. I'll look when I pitch it over to you guys. Stellar Blade, number 2. Sea of Thieves, number 3. Modern Warfare, number 4, and MLB The Show, number 5. Other important ones include, and this is what I was saying, Grounded, number 9, ahead of Dragon's Dogma 2. At 10, Rise of the Ronin at 12, Fallout 4, newly arrived on PS5. At 14, Skur Ritual, which I'm going to talk about when I get to the games that I'm playing, at 16. And Baldur's Gate 3 holding on at 19. If you go to the European charts, however, which we usually don't, but it's just interesting in this regard, Sea of Thieves was the best-selling game in Europe on PlayStation for the month of April. That's fucking crazy. Dude, can you imagine? Like, that's an incredible... This isn't being talked about enough. This is an Xbox game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's killing. And this is like, it's a big game. I mean, it is a significant game, but it is scratching the surface, in my opinion, of the sales that are waiting, the latent sales that are waiting for games like Halo, Gears, Fable, Sunset Overdrive. I mean, liberate Sunset Overdrive.
Yeah.
It's up to them. You know, do those kinds of things. It would be very, very interesting. And then if we go to PS4 games, Fallout 4, best-selling game. No surprise there. Benefiting greatly from the critically acclaimed, Amazon series. I was going to say Netflix. And PSVR 2, Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy's Edge Enhanced Edition is the best-selling game for the month. And finally, for free-to-play games, Call of Duty Warzone at top. Fortnite, Roblox, Apex Legends, and Fall Guys roundings out in the top 5. eFootball hanging in there with 750 million downloads at number 10. All right, my friends, it's time to get into the games that we're playing. Go around the horn, see how everyone's doing with their various adventures in the digital realm. And we'll start with you, Chris. It says here you're playing Fallout 4, though not much to say about it.
Yeah, I haven't had much time this week. I've been doing a lot of writing, a lot of filming, which I'm pretty excited about. But at the same time, it's
at any moment.
I know he's been. Yeah, I've been waiting at my door like a dog. But I've been playing. Yeah, Fallout 4 is just my Steam Deck game every night now. It's kind of like a weird ritual. I play for like maybe like 15 minutes. I tried to stream it, which is also kind of fun, but I don't know. I don't know if I like streaming RPGs. Really, it's a little bit distracting. I'm kind of like constantly pulled out of the experience. It doesn't really work that well. But what I did want to mention, I didn't write this in the show, because it's a little bit of a surprise. Well, I don't want to oversell it. I just downloaded earlier today Animal Well, which is Donkey's Big Mode's new game.
Hold that thought.
Apparently,
thought. Brad McMahon wrote in, said, "Hello, lads. Hope you're all well. Animal Well a new indie Metroidvania puzzler title, a free title with PlayStation Plus Extra. Has some incredibly high reviews this week. Currently sitting on a 91 from 18 accumulated reviews on Metacritic. Any of you boys intrigued to give this game a go, thank you and have a great weekend. Just wanted to get that out there. I didn't mean to interrupt you. But
no, perfect.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I have it installed on my Steam Deck right now. I'll probably try. I'll probably be playing it today. I think at some point. I think what's my schedule today? My schedule today is fucked, but I'll find some time to jump into Animal Well. It looks so interesting and strange, and just the fact that it is like a donkey game is so fascinating to me, and I really want to see what that looks like and what that means. So pretty excited about that. I'm still playing. I still have Stellar Blade and Rebirth kind of on the docket, but I just kind of wanted to take a break from that kind of game and then just kind of like feel around elsewhere before I jumped back into it. And I think these are pretty good palate cleansing games, but not much to say, obviously, because I haven't played Animal Well yet, and Fallout 4, there's really not much else to say outside of, it's good. And I think people are, I don't know, man, the more I play it and the more fun I'm having with it, I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know if this is really that. I remember it being worse than it is in a number of ways. But yeah. That's really all I've got going with video games. I'm really excited about Animal Well, though. It seems like a perfect handheld game too, like a perfectly at home on like a Steam Deck or a Switch or even a Portal if you've got one. So
cool. Sounds good. Yeah, that game was apparently made by one person. Right? Is that the
wild?
I saw that. Yeah,
that's crazy because it looks gorgeous.
Yeah, there's just some games like that, man. There's just a lot of really impressive people out there. Dustin says here you're playing more Stellar Blade.
I'm done with Stellar Blade. Colin got the plat.
Nice, congratulations.
Last night.
What number is that?
I actually don't know. I can look in a second.
That's unbelievable.
But it's about the game, not the cred.
All right.
Okay, but it was great. I loved it. It's one of the best games I've played this year. Highly recommend it. There's definitely a few rough patches in it that I've talked about in previous weeks, so I don't need to get into that again. It was interesting in that you have to do a New Game Plus run in order to get the platinum, in order to get there's 3 endings, which I did save scum one of them, but I'm not going to play the game 3 times in a row. I'm not doing that. So I save scummed one, but I had to do the New Game Plus run. And it's kind of interesting to see if you remove all of the side stuff, how quickly you can run through this game. If you don't do anything, there's these open world sections that you theoretically can just run to the point that you need to go to and never do any of it. And it's structured kind of in an odd way. Like maybe at some point in development, they kind of shifted gears. The first section of the game is quite, I don't want to say super long, but in comparison feels long. And then they move into these open world sections and then a linear section. So overall, I just gotta say, very impressive. Not a first outing, but I guess a first console AAA outing for Shift Up, and they nailed it. I'm so excited to see whether they evolve on this formula, do a Stellar Blade 2. I mean, we just saw that it was number 2 in the PlayStation sales, so clearly a success for them, and I had a great time playing it. I highly recommend. I'm really curious, Colin, when you start playing it, what you think of it, because we talked about, the what it means to be a Souls-like game. And I think this game got a little bit of that branding, and I get it, particularly in terms of some of the combat, but it's really not in any way a Souls game. But it was a good time. Platinum, not too bad. You have to get a bunch of collectibles. I mentioned the fishing last week being really fucking annoying, but a nice little romp. I'm glad I went for the platinum because I feel like I got to see a lot more of the inner workings of this game. So I recommend it. And Chris, I got to check out Animal Well, I think. I was trying to decide if I wanted to get it on Steam Deck or if I want to get it on PlayStation. I haven't seen it. Dude, if they have like 120 FPS mode on PS5, that might be the go-to. But
that's like such overkill. It's like so overkill.
Dude, no, it's
for a game like that.
No, it's not. No, it's not, Colin, because when you increase the frame rate, the latency between your button presses goes down. So any type of game, maybe I don't want to say any type, but almost all types of games, if you're playing them at a high frame rate, they will feel better to play, period.
Interesting.
So that
Okay.
includes
sense.
those old games. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to play not Shovel Knight, the one for Silk Song, Hollow Knight. I was one of those Knight games.
Yeah.
Hollow Knight I wanted to play on PC because it has 120 hertz. Maybe on Xbox too, but not PlayStation. I can't remember. But yeah, dude, don't discount or undercut what a 120 hertz can do to literally almost any game. I don't want to say literally because I think about like the South Park games. Those don't need to be at 120 hertz, but
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
All right. Well, I'm in Stellar Blade as well. I started last night. I'm not very far yet. It's funny because I was thinking the same thing. I'm kind of on just a trajectory with the game after, a little bit, hour or so, whatever it is. I started it out and I'm like, this isn't a Metroid, or this isn't a Dark Souls like game at all, a Souls like. And then I got to like the first mini boss. And I'm like, oh, it actually kind of is. It's like a little harder than I thought. And then I got further in the game. I'm like, no, maybe it isn't. And then like I just keep ping ponging back and forth because it seems the thing that this game doesn't have that I think other Souls games, in my opinion, have is that any enemy can kill you in a Souls game. If you're not careful, like it can be over very quickly for you. Even the trivial enemies, if you're not paying attention. Like I always think of Bloodborne in that beautiful opening village or whatever. Those guys could just corner you and kill you in 2 seconds. Like they're trivially difficult, but if you're just not paying attention or just do the wrong thing, they'll get you. And that's not happening in this game, or at least not yet. And so that it just sets a lower baseline for difficulty because there's like fodder enemies and then more difficult enemies. I really like it so far. I think it's interesting. I like the music a lot. That really stuck out to me. That the world and environment's very ethereal and strange. It's very violent, which I didn't really know it was going to be, which is fine. I mean, I don't really care about that, but it's surprisingly violent. I was also saying to Micah as I was playing, he was watching me play and we were talking about it. I'm like, I'm not even trying to be like funny or contrarian. It's like, this chick isn't really sexy in a human way. Like people like human, I've seen like images and high res art of her and all of that. And I'm like, but it's not, it's like alien sexy in some sense. She's humanoid, but it's not like, oh my God, look at this hot fucking chick. It's just like, she's hot for hot's sake. And there's something lost in translation for that for me where I'm like, I don't know. That's not really, I'm not even paying attention to it because you're never really looking at her. That's the other thing is like, if you're playing a game and a third person game, you're not looking at your character. Like, think about it. You're looking around.
Yeah.
You're looking at the environment. You're looking where you're going. You're always looking ahead of yourself. You're not really staring at her ass. If you're staring at her ass, you're not staring at anything else in the sea. And it just, to me, I'm just like, okay, it's a little weird. The jiggle physics are hysterical. Very Dead or Alive.
There's lots of ladders in the game.
Yeah,
I think for a reason.
Yeah, I get that vibe. So I just thought that was like a funny kind of meta thing about the sexuality in the game, which is it's not really sexy in a human way. It's not. What was like a more sexy game in some way was like Catherine. Like, that's a more human game so when you're kind of distancing it, putting it in a dystopia and all this weird shit's going on, you're being fighting spiders. I'm like, this is not very, it's like kind of like Bayonetta in the sense that it's just, it's not really a sexual being in some sense.
Yeah, no. Well, Bayonetta was a little bit more sexual. I would argue.
Perhaps so. Yeah. I
only played the personality of that character is like literally that's kind of like the entire. That's the personality of the character, but like, yeah, Stellar Blade is, I don't know. I'm using that skin suit where she's basically naked because it's genuinely harder. And I stopped noticing that she was naked really kind of like 5 minutes after I was playing it. Like it's just, it just kind of like melt into the background. Like you kind of have to almost intentionally stare. Like it weirdly I don't know why it does it. It seems like something that would drive your eye, but it doesn't, or at least not for me. And I don't know what that says about me, or if that's like a failure of the game, or like, I don't know. I really don't know what they're going for, really. But a lot of the sexual aspects of the game I don't notice them.
I would say it's more noticeable in the other suits, surprisingly. The skin suit, there's something about it that is, like Colin's like, inhuman in some way, because the skin suit is just like, I am the color of skin, and that's it. I mean, not it, because it's not like she's fully naked. It's not like, you can still
she is ostensibly cover.
Right.
It's pretty wild.
But I would say the other outfits are more human in their intentional sexiness, if that makes sense. Like a low cut shirt or something like that. You know,
I think I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You understand.
No, I get it.
So I have no more to say about it right now. It's too early. I will say I was a little surprised by how low, like, the graphical quality of the game is not very high in like environmentally. It looks a little old, actually, in my opinion. Maybe that's just my own interpretation of it. The text is very small. You can like barely see it on my screen.
Yeah.
Trying to think of if I have any like kind of criticisms of it really, though. I mean, other than that, not really. I mean, but again, it's early. I am questioning whether I'm going to be patient enough to, I'm already doing like my brute force shit where I'm just like, I'm not doing this. So, and I know in a game like this, you're only going to get so far with that. So I really need to be more patient and train myself to play the game properly. I do feel like there's a little bit of controller latency based on the animations. I don't know if you noticed that, either of you. It doesn't feel quite responsive. I don't know if it's because the game is constantly flowing through animations where you can't just cut to, in other words, she is always moving in such a way that you can't cut to the attack without getting to a certain animation that will allow her to cut to the attack. And so it takes that time. But I could be wrong about that. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, no, that's something I've gotten, I don't want to say flack for, but in my criticism of the game, I've talked about how I don't like that there feels like there's a delay when you block and you do your parries.
Yeah.
Because that's something that's I have what I've called Sekiro brain rot, where that's where I really cut my teeth on learning how to parry and perfect parry in games. And so this game does not feel like that. There's like, you want to parry slightly before the attack happens and not exactly on the attack. And that bothered me the entire playthrough. But here's what I'll say, Colin, is that I really do believe that the game overall gets easier as you play it, because you unlock new powerful moves that you can use really regularly, the beta skills. You got to build up the beta energy when you play Stellar Blade.
I got plenty of beta energy.
Yeah, you got to build up all that beta energy.
A lot of beta energy here.
So yeah, build up the beta energy, and you get more like health vials or whatever, like more health charges, and so that makes it easier too.
Cool.
And you learn to play the game more. So
right.
I think that the beginning, if you can stick it through the beginning and then start to build up your beta energy and get more power ups and stuff, learn it. By the end of the game, I was defeating bosses in either one run or very, very few. So could be your case as well.
Okay, yeah, we'll see. I'm going to continue with it. I'm basically on this on again, off again kind of thing every other night, because I play games every night, but I really only play an extended amount of time every other night now, because there's playoff games for hockey that Micah and I are watching together. So I haven't had as much time to dedicate it, and that was one of those nights last night. So I haven't had as much time to dedicate it as I would like, but I kind of downloaded it on the fly because, well, let me get this out of the way first. This weird ass question for Mikey 8 Slices, and then we'll get into what I'm playing otherwise, because I spent a lot more time with another game. Hey guys, there is no way to ask this question without sounding like a loser, so I'm just going to go for it. As I'm playing Stellar Blade, it's becoming very clear that I am developing deep feelings for Eve. Is it mainly because of that bodacious body? Yeah, probably. This has happened before with games, and shut the fuck up to anyone who says they haven't done this. Anyway, when I'm moving through the story, I have an internal battle between me wanting the character to find love and be happy as part of the story, and the other part wants her to stay single because there may be some crazy eldritch world in which I'm transported to that world. She meets me and we fall in love. When you guys fall for a game character or a TV, anime, book, your waifu, etc., do you want her to be happy and find love in the story, or do you hope for that magical day when she knocks on your front door, exactly like she is in the game, and you start a beautiful life together? Or do you want something else fucking weird? Because let's be honest, this is a weird question. It is a weird question. Are you serious? Yeah, Chris is out.
Chris is out. Well, here's what else.
Yeah,
Chris is hardcore out.
Like he did leave. He's out.
So the second half of this question is where he loses me about wanting them to find love. That's ridiculous. Also, Eve. Yeah, everyone talks about how sexy she is. Overall, I don't think she's that interesting of a character. Overall,
Are you playing with the Korean voice or the American? Like
no,
the
I'm
English?
using the Tomby.
Yeah, Tom. So
accents.
why are they British?
Yeah, they're British.
It's so weird.
I can understand to some degree that like Tifa is a way more appealing character to me than Eve. I guess that's a bad example because she's very hot, sexy, whatever. But like, I love Tifa because she is very kind-hearted. There's many things that in women that I like that Tifa has. I get that. But Eve, you're falling in love with Eve here. She's really not. And the whole like, oh, well, I've never once been like, man, I don't want Tifa to hook up with Cloud because in some fucking dream reality, that should have been me. I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
I don't know about that.
I'm not going to enter the weird dream reality of being with Naughty Bear, whoever I want to be with. You know?
Horrible.
Alucard.
Terrible. Yeah, I can't. He says shut the fuck up to anybody who says they haven't done this, and I have to be real. Like I don't think this has ever happened to me.
Yeah, me neither.
Especially for like specifically video games, especially. Like I don't know. Eve doesn't strike me as somebody who has enough personality to. I mean, I'm pretty early in the game, to be fair. Like I don't really know, but I can't imagine. Eve is like the person you see when you're not ready to settle down, but like. If you get a call from like that person, you're like dropping her in like a heartbeat. Like it's kind of the vibe that I get from Eve.
Right.
Like I don't know. I can't imagine it. But God bless you, Mikey.
Yeah.
Lord knows you'll need these blessings.
Yeah. God knows you need it. All right. I'm playing something else though, and it's this. Phantom Zen wrote in and said, "Yo, Sacred Bros, just heard Colin mention he's playing Skur Ritual on Sacred Symbols Plus and wanted to say fuck yes. What are your thoughts thus far? I've been a Treyarch Zombies fan about as long as I've been listening to you, around 2011, but let's be real. Call of Duty Zombies peaked with Black Ops 3 and has been on the decline ever since. This game's really been scratching that itch for me, and I'm looking forward to Wales Interactive's future update for this title." So here's what happened is I was just clicking around the PlayStation Store. I have a bunch of games on my like cross media bar that I was planning on playing. One of them was Pacific Drive. And I started playing it for maybe a half an hour, and I'm like, I don't really like this. You know, like it's not. Maybe I'll come back to this another time, but it's not. Unfortunately, not clicking for me because I was really looking forward to it. But I had a few frustrations early on with the game. Also, it's not running at 60 frames. It has an uncapped frame rate, which I think they updated, but it's really at 30 frames. And so I'm like, it's a little difficult to play this. But I knew I wanted to just play something different after my experience with Final Fantasy VII Remake and the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That's a lot of Final Fantasy VII. That's like 140 hours or something of Final Fantasy VII. So I was like, I need to just play something else. And I was just looking around. I was like, maybe Hi-Fi Rush. This was actually before Tango closed. And I started watching gameplay of that. And I'm like, yeah, I'd like to get into this, but I'm looking for maybe something else. And so I just clicked around the PlayStation Store to see what was there. And I know I eventually wanted to get to Stellar Blade and I want to get to Rise of the Ronin, but these are like AAA games. I'll probably look at the platinum trophies in those and try to really play them deeply. So I just wanted something else. And I just happened across this $25 game called Skur Ritual. It's SKER Ritual. And what I didn't know, and that what Micah knew, my wife, is that it's actually a sequel, or at least it takes place in the same universe as a 2020 horror game called Made of Skur, which you guys might remember. And I was like, oh, I didn't even really realize that. I clicked on it and looked at it because it just looked like a fun, meaningless, frankly, first-person shooter. And what I learned about it is that it is zombies, like Call of Duty Zombies, and people that like Call of Duty Zombies are playing it. But I've only played Zombies in a limited way, like 2 different versions of it, and I don't really know it very well. And so I'm just playing this for fun, and I'm sure that people that like zombies are really digging it. But for people that aren't familiar with zombies or aren't familiar with this kind of game, what it basically is so first of all, this game came out in early access apparently on Steam with 1 map, and now the full version of the game has 4 maps. And I've basically mastered the first of the 4 maps on normal difficulty anyway. And so basically what you're doing in this game is it's a first-person shooter. There's a currency in-game, pounds, like British pounds, and you are killing enemies as they appear. You start with a pistol. You're killing enemies as they appear in waves, and then you use the money you find to buy better weapons that are available, get upgrades, and then also open doors and proceed with like the mission. And ultimately you open up this entirely huge map, but the enemies never stop coming. There's like no safety. there's no way to hide. There's no way to stop them from coming. They're just going to constantly like heat seek.
Right.
And so I've really, really enjoyed the experience. It can be played with up to 4 players. I'm playing it by myself. And I did everything on the first map by myself. Did all the collectibles and like, but I wanted to explain to you guys just how fucking insane. And so I don't know if this comes from Call of Duty Zombies. It might, because I never got that deep into it. But the game has such a insane sequence of events that you have to do, at least in the first map, that like to beat it, that it's like, are you serious? Like, how am I supposed to know to do all this? So like, you have to, dude, I gotta actually, you know what? I'll save it for next week. I'm gonna write down the sequence of events of things you have to do in the first map because it is so funny. Like you have to find groups of rats and count them, and you have to go find this purple lantern and then shine it on a painting, and it gives you a number, and you take the number of the rats and the number it gives you, and you put it in this thing, and you're supposed to just know this. And I like had to look a bunch of this stuff up. I was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do here. So I'm just really, it's a hard kind of base aesthetic. It's really fun. I'm really enjoying it. I think the price is right. This Wales Interactive company has actually existed for a pretty long time, but I don't think they've really made any consequential games. This might be one of the more consequential things that they've made, and there's apparently fewer than 10 of them on the team. So that's pretty impressive. But I really enjoy it. I thought the $25 price was very attractive. The gameplay is really fun, quick, kinetic. It's just a fun first-person shooter, variety of interesting weapons. There's like an entire upgrade system called miracles when like good things happen in the map or whatever. And like when you basically attain the certain score in this ever refilling gauge, you get more and more miracles. And so you can use them to buy upgrades to your character and make your character stronger and stronger and stronger and max the different things out. And then there's like an in-game currency you get after you die on a stage or beat a stage. You get a currency that you can use to upgrade the perks that you then buy in the stage and all that. So there's ways to make the game easier. But what I've learned about this game is that it is incredibly thick with like weird lore and things to do in it if you really care about that sort of thing. And so I saw that Scar Ritual was on the PlayStation Network's top 20 in the US last month. I thought that was pretty cool and interesting. And yeah, I'm happy to play this game. It's a lot of fun, but how it relates like pound for pound to zombies and the different zombies experiences from Treyarch specifically, I can't speak to that, which is so funny. Because I didn't really know what Zombies Connection at first, and I didn't know that it was a sequel when I bought it. But yeah, Scar Ritual, I recommend it. At least check it out and see if it's for you. I'm on the second map now. You can play any of the maps in any order you want and swap between them. It's significantly harder than the first map, so I'm wondering if there's some sort of inherent scaling where this game really does need to be played with someone else. And if that's the case,
is it a multiplayer game?
Yeah, that's why I said earlier is you play it by yourself or play it with up to 4 people in a map, you can either matchmake like anonymously or just play with friends or just play it solo. But playing solo is an explicit option, which I remember not really being the thing in Zombies, right? At least the ones I played is you can play it by yourself, but it's not an explicit solo option. It's like a game that people can join, I think. At least that's what I remember. So it's so there seems to be some sort of single player eye to that. There's like a lot of lore documents and I don't know. Pretty cool game. So playing that, but I think I just needed a palate cleanse. I don't really honestly know how much more time I'll spend with it. It could be a game that I would return to because I've been thinking about getting back to Helldivers as well, which I haven't played since March at this point. All right. Traditionally here we would get into the bigger pieces of news that I would have written up, but we went into everything big that already happened this week, which were just a few big stories earlier in the show. And so we get to 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience to end this episode as we do all episodes of Sacred Symbols with your thoughts from patreon.com/laststandmedia. And we start with Saxylicious, who says, hello, ungentle gentlemen. How do you all pick the game you're going to play next? It's always a tough choice to decide what game I'm going to pick up and play after I finish another. How do you guys decide what special game from your backlog makes the cut? I asked because I recently just had this issue after beating Stellar Blade. Then I saw Colin was playing Skur Ritual and realized he actively had to make that choice over hundreds of games in his backlog. I decided to go with Red Dead 2 as I have never completed it and really should. Wish me luck getting through it this time around, and as always, thanks for the amazing content. In my opinion, Saxylicious, it goes even deeper than that. I mean, I made that decision as I do every game I decide with the whole palette of any game available to buy on PSN. I mean, in some way, it makes it even more extreme. Dustin, how do you choose the next game you're going to play?
Well, it's a mix of new releases and what I'm feeling at the moment. Because I'm in this position right now in that I just finished and got the plat for Stellar Blade last night. So I need to get back to my Chrono Trigger playthrough. And that's kind of a game that I don't want it to be my full-time game. So I'm trying to decide really what to play next. And right now, Animal Well has kind of presented itself today with insanely high reviews. I've been interested in it for a while, so it seems like that's probably it. But let's say if Animal Well wasn't here. The key thing for me, and I think we talked about this when we were talking about Backlogged, is that I never want to have a crazy hardcore organization. It's like, okay, well, now that you're done with this game, this is the next one up on your backlog. This is what you got to go to next. No. At that point, it starts to feel like an obligation or like work. And I really just got to go with what my gut says is next or what sounds appealing to me at this moment. So I want to check out Animal Well. I want to check out, I think Brad and I might be playing that V Rising game that came out recently. It's been a while since I've hopped into a multiplayer game. And then, as I said about new releases, in a few weeks, we're going to get Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door on Switch. And so for me, that feels like a must play. So that will immediately jump the line between anything else that I'm interested in.
That's the GameCube one?
It is the GameCube one.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yep. So it's by feel more than anything.
Yeah. What about you, Chris? How do you choose your next game?
Yeah, I feel like it really does depend largely on pretty much every single external factor, like how I'm feeling, how much time I have, what is capturing my attention at the moment. Am I looking for something to replace something that I've been playing for a while that I'm now sick of, or am I in this weird kind of drought? I really do feel like it is a complete crapshoot as to like even throughout the day on one particular day. It wouldn't surprise me if on the day that I decided to play Red Dead Redemption 2 for the first time, if I had played it 5 hours earlier or 5 hours later, it might not have clicked for me, or even less time than that, maybe even 30 minutes. I really don't know. My feelings about like what I want to play fluctuate so wildly all the time. And oftentimes what I'll do is I'll kind of hop across the games that I already own, or maybe things that I think I have like an interest in. Animal Well is one of those where like, yeah, maybe this will be it. And if it's not, no big deal. I'll put it away, pick it up later. I do that with so many games. I had no intention of playing Fallout 4 again this year, or really at all. It was something that I was like, all right, I'm content with this. And then the Fallout show kind of reignited that. And I'm liking that vibe a lot. So I decided to play that again. And I've stuck with that a lot longer than I thought I would. There's a lot more DLC in that game than was there when I originally played it. So there's a lot of new stuff that I'm finding. Really excited to get to Far Harbor also, just generally, because I've been talking about that for a long time. But there was a chance that it might not have hit for me. New Vegas is what I started off with, and then it kept crashing. And then I was like, all right, well, I guess I'm not playing this. But, it really is just a complete guessing game. And sometimes the game that I think I'll get into the least ends up being the one that kind of captures my attention. Like it's a complete, it really depends on what's going on, how much time do I have to spare, how busy am I, what am I feeling, am I in the mood for something mechanically dense? Like, do I want to play something like do I want to play like a really do I want to play a strategy game? Maybe. I don't know. And I don't know until I try it. And then usually, like, if I stick with something for more than like an hour, it's a pretty good indication that like I'm probably going to play it for at least a couple days, and I'll get satisfied by that, But there's no rhyme or reason to it. I feel. I wish there was. I wish I could plan this a lot more effectively. But it really is completely random.
Yeah, I continue to regret that I'm just missing a lot of games that I definitely want to play. It's just the time is just of the essence. Just thinking of Unicorn Overlord is one of those games that I saw recently. I was like, man, I really wanted to play that. Star Ocean last year was another game. Games just pass you by, and hopefully it's bad for our show, I guess, but my secret wish is just for things to continue to just slow down to a trickle and just have all this time to go backwards. Because
Yeah.
I feel I don't share any of the consumerist eagerness for new products. It's always fun to get new games, but I'm like, damn, dude, I'm just totally overwhelmed. You could literally stop making games right now if you wanted, forever.
Yeah. I'm very, I'm very much the same way. Where like if it was announced that there would be no more games, I don't think I would be sad necessarily. Provided
I don't think
you
so
know,
either.
there was
There's lifetimes of games here to play
yeah,
that we've never
there's
experienced.
there's so much that I've never played and just that have passed me by. Yeah, like I don't know. There's so many games that I've played like mostly the way through and then just haven't finished either that I want to finish as well. So like, yeah, I have no eager. There's stuff that I'm looking forward to for sure. Like I know Hellblade 2 is around the corner and I'm very curious about that. Like really, really curious. So I'm definitely going to try and check that out maybe, but I don't know. I'm looking on Steam right now and there's so many fucking games that I've either never played or haven't heard of. Like I know Inscription is there. I still have Balatro waiting for me. I still there's so much shit. Hades is around the corner, or Hades is out, but like I think it's like early access. I'm gonna wait for it to be finished. Because I did the first Hades early access and it was cool, but like there's already so much to play. V Rising, like Dustin mentioned. This game Stellaris that I keep seeing, that like I keep hearing about. Like
Isn't that like a
throughout.
really complicated
Right.
like strategy game?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I keep hearing about it and people it's been mentioned enough throughout the years where I'm like, damn, is this something that I should be aware of? And then there's all these games that I have no hope of even getting to, like fucking Eve. Like no shot. No shot in hell I'm touching Eve, or like World of Warcraft that completely passed me by. So there's just so much shit that I'm constantly overwhelmed.
Agreed. And I don't really even know what's coming out that I'm like mega excited about with some random exceptions where I'm like really looking forward to things. It's more about manufacturing time to go backwards, if anything. Okay. Matthew wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Crew, I wanted to touch on a possibility of why Sony killed Days Gone despite its commercial success. My theory, in short, Sony did not like how counterculture and right-wing this game was. Whether the game was intentionally made this way or not, it definitely comes off as right-wing. You play as a white male biker outlaw that is former army veteran and is married to an attractive woman that the game makes a point of talking about how hot she is. You spend most of your time collecting spare parts, ammunition, and supplies to stay self-sufficient in an almost governmentless world. And what government there is pocketed militia camps out in a rural area which follow a chain of command. You also spend about half the game destroying pagan fanatics that desire to return to primordial living. I also think back to some of the interviews the game development leads participated in and remember a couple of them talking openly about how people who rely on the government and turn themselves into military camps in the event of an apocalypse would be the first people to die. I truly believe that Sony hated hearing answers like this and that they hated Deacon as a character because he didn't fill a box for them. This is Radio Free Oregon. The truth shall set you free. Don't believe the lies." Thank you, Matthew, for writing in. This is an interesting theory, although I would just contend that The Last of Us is also heavily actually right-wing in a lot of different ways from the same perspectives. You know, it's about lawless government and it's about a pandemic as well, and about survival, and I don't know, it touches a lot of the same rhythms, not everything, or a lot of the same beats. Dustin, do you think that do you think Days Gone is a right-wing game and that might be why Sony was against doing a sequel, even though it seemed to have sold pretty well and made quite a bit of money? I actually never really saw it like that personally, and I feel like I'm pretty in tune to that sort of thing, so maybe I'm just off here.
Yeah, it's an interesting theory, but I think I was going to say that money speaks more than anything. And as we know, Days Gone sold better than I think that we expected based on those leaks. But I think this more comes down to whatever kind of internal turmoil went on between Bend and Sony after the release of the game more than anything. And now with John Garvin gone, I just don't know if they saw a future for that IP. And it goes back to, like you said, that they might have kind of thought like, well, we kind of already have The Last of Us and these kind of can step on each other in a way. So I don't know. I don't see them thinking like this is the reason why we don't want to make way more money on a sequel. Just doesn't sound likely. It has to be something else.
Yeah. Do you think there's anything to this, Chris?
No, yeah, I don't really buy it. I think there's two if skepticism of the government is like a or like a portraying the government as corrupt is like a right wing, exclusively a right wing prospect, I don't know what isn't right wing by that definition. It's too broad of a definition of right wing, in my opinion, to saddle it with that. I think realistically, like, I didn't like Deacon either, and it had nothing to do with what my perception of his politics were. Like it really was just because like he just struck me as like a very like he struck me as like a character that was designed with the intention of trying to be cool. Like not even like oh, I'm trying to be edgy. It's just kind of like, I don't know. There was something because there's plenty of fictional characters, like even in popular culture, like Hank Hill, who is like obviously conservative, but everybody likes. And it's really a matter of just being endearing. And I don't buy this read. There's more to it than what we know for sure. Like there's definitely something at play about that game that I'm really desperate to know, because I really don't understand why they didn't give that game the go ahead if it was as successful as we found out that it was. But I don't think it has anything to do with like the politics of the game.
All right. Well, we'll leave it there. Matthew, thank you for writing in. Raise09 wrote in and said, hello, Sacred Trio. Colin, you spoke recently about how you were almost going to give up on finishing Returnal, but instead you dug in and got good and finished it. Please tell us, what was your turning point? What was the inspiration? I would really appreciate it. Keep up the good shows. Honestly, I think at that time, the inspiration for me was I really love Housemarque. I've loved them for a long time. Long before they were in vogue. I mean, long before they were in vogue. People that listen to Podcast Beyond know that I was up Housemarque's ass for many years. And I just felt like it was kind of a cop-out to just be like, this game's kind of got my goat and I just can't see it through. And in reality, the game, I don't want to say it became trivially easy because that's not true, but and I know we've talked about it a lot about people's weapon preferences, but just from my own playstyle, discovering the lobber was like, I was like, this game it's so funny how easy the game becomes when you play with this thing. And I finally was able to get through. I really want to go back to it at some point and just like play it again, because I don't remember really how to play it or anything about it. So I would have to get good again. But it was Returnal was a really magical and enchanting experience. And I felt like I needed to know what was on the other side of all of this. And I'm really glad I did. So yeah, it was a respect for the developer. It was maybe a little bit out of respect for myself and my own abilities to not count myself out completely like I often do. I often say, if I'm not naturally good at things, I just don't like doing them. And that really has always been the case. And it really is a cop-out. It's like, oh, I don't really understand math beyond algebra or whatever. I'm not going to try. Oh, I don't really understand this. I'm not going to bother. Oh, but I'm really good at writing and that's very easy for me. So I'll just do that. And oh, I'm good at this and I'll do that. It's always been, so I'm attracted to the things that I'm good at. And so it's always a challenge to be reminded for what I played that game for fucking ever, like 60 or 70 hours, probably. It's hard to be reminded over and over again about how bad you are at something. So I wanted to stick with it and overcome that. So yeah, respect for me, respect for Housemarque, and of course, curiosity about what I think was a really magical game. And there aren't many defining PS5 games. I mean, there just aren't exclusives. I mean, I think there are defining genre or defining generational games from other sources, but certainly Returnal will be one of those games that's remembered very fondly for its association with PlayStation 5. In my opinion. Okay. Just Incredible wrote in and said, hey fellas, how much is too much realism in games? Dustin recently touched on this on Summon Sign about the Stellar Blade animations. A lot of games nowadays make you sit through constant pickup and opening chest animations. This just adds unnecessary time to the game, in my opinion. Your character should automatically open chests. Animation shouldn't be added for realism. Feels silly to me when I'm 20 hours in a game and I'm seeing the same animation for the 100th time. Sorry, rant over. I'm sympathetic to this, but isn't the obvious answer to just make it optional? I think the first game I saw this, the first game that I remember doing this was Far Cry, where they started eliminating animations if you wanted to. Like the gutting of the animal animation, the picking up of the crop, or like the plant animation. Like they just got rid of all of that. I think that might have been like Far Cry Primal or something. And that was the first time I remember them doing that, like streamlining it. Yeah, I agree. It's a little annoying. I don't know that the answer is to get rid of it completely. I just think the answer is to make it more modular so people can experience the game from an arcadey perspective or a more realistic perspective. And obviously you don't want to have games like fucking Uncharted where he's not that you're opening treasure chests or anything, but you're just going through things wherever you want to have the animations and Like The Last of Us,
Yeah.
when they're opening the drawers and all that. You can't just make things happen either, I don't think, that without some sort of price. What do you think, Chris?
I think it depends on what the game is trying to go for. I think if you have a game like Stellar Blade, which is clearly a little bit more of like an arcadey action game, and I don't mean like arcadey in the sense that it's simple. I just mean, definitely more stylized than it is meant to be realistic. I think it's fine to have your character walk up to a box, press a button, and then just have the box magically open. I think that's entirely fine. But I do think if you have a game like The Last of Us or like, Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a great example of this, actually, where like that game is really gratuitous with its, animation led systems where it animates everything, where you're opening drawers and opening cabinets in basically real time. And I think in most games that would have really pissed me off, but because Red Dead Redemption 2 seems to be staking its claim and staking its mission statement on really selling you the idea that you are a cowboy in this world, I kind of loved that about it. Like that it really made you commit to that simulation or the idea. It's like, okay, well, I have to loot all of this. I have to loot this entire house, or I want to loot this entire house, but it actually takes the amount of time or a streamlined version of the amount of time that it normally would take to do that in real life. So I'm making decisions about that where it's like, oh, well, do I really want to? I'll check the bottom floor. And if there's nothing really that interesting here, I'll leave the top floor alone. And I think that's an interesting amount of immersion that's kind of sold to the player in that way, because you're really thinking within the realm of the world. And I think that's good for those kinds of games. But there are certainly games that overdo it. I think I really find these particularly egregious in first-person games. I don't know why, but it feels really egregious to me whenever like I'm playing a first-person shooter and then I go to press a button for an elevator, and then the camera is ripped away from my control just to show my perfectly animated hand pressing a button. Like that feels really like deeply unnecessary. I much prefer the way they do it in, I don't know, immersive sims, or like the early Halo games, or even many other first person Fallout even, I think is a really good example of how to do it perfectly fine, where it's like, look, your gun is aimed at the elevator button, you press the button, I can fill that in my mind. Like, let me be creative. Let me put some imagination into this. So I understand the complaint, but I also think it's a case by case basis. I don't think, I don't think Devil May Cry needs, really in depth leaning over and tying your shoes animations, for example. But yeah,
Dustin.
Yeah. The thing I called it on Summon Sign was animation priority in games. And I think this is felt the most egregious to me in Final Fantasy VII Remake, where it's constantly, you go up to a button you got to press and it takes control away, and Cloud presses the button, and it's like 2 or 3 seconds. It's not a big deal, but when you're constantly asked in this game to interact with things, it's like, dude, just do it. Constantly, where like he has to go, in order to heal, you got to do the thing where you sit down on the bench and he sits down, then it fades to black and then it fades back up. It's like it didn't need to be that long every single time. So I like the option of turning that off, and that's what I was noticing in Stellar Blade too, where you get to a camp, you got to turn the camp on. She does the coin flip thing, then you got to go sit down. She sits down, it refreshes your health and stuff, and then you got to press a button to stand back up. And yeah, the first time you do it, it's immersive or whatever, but you're going to be doing that action a lot in the game. And it gets to a point where it's like, man, I got to go set up this camp, and it's going to be a 30-second process. And I've done this 12 other times already, and I'm going to do it another 40 times throughout the game. And so I think you're right, Chris, that certain games, particularly Red Dead Redemption 2, yeah, it can be annoying. Rockstar's animation priority definitely gets annoying when you're just trying to play. But being the immersion in that world is the problem, I would say, the number one priority of the gameplay experience. I get it, and I respect it. I don't need it in a game like Stellar Blade. And not that Stellar Blade has anywhere near to that degree. There's just points where it's like, let me play. I don't need, and dude, this is a side note, Stellar Blade, when in my New Game Plus run, totally inconsistent on what cutscenes are skippable and what aren't. And it gets very annoying. It's like, oh, I guess I got to sit through this cutscene, and this cutscene I don't have to. Very annoying, but that's a separate issue.
There's also a lack of express. I brought this up. I think I probably brought this up the last time we talked about it, which is like probably like over 100 episodes now. But I bring it up because I think it's a good example of, you know, letting the player's animation or letting the player's imagination also take part in what you're building. Where in the original Halo games, if you wanted to like activate a terminal or something, there was no animation for it. It was just like, you know, press E to activate a terminal and then it would happen. But because there was no animation there, you could kind of fill in the gaps of that, where like every time I would go up to a button to press it, I would always melee the button and press it at the same time. So that like my version of this character would be like aggressive and he would be like, bam, there's the button. Or I would have it in my head, it's like, oh, the computer systems are interacting and that's why it's, you know, there's a fun flavor thing there that I think is missing when it's the same exact animation every single time. Where it's cool that you can animate that, but it does take a little bit of agency away from the player in some way that I think ultimately robs the experience of something.
That's very interesting.
Even if it is fairly ephemeral is not the right word, but I don't know, it's not, how would you even describe that? Ethereal? Can't really argue this mathematically, but I do feel like there's something there.
Yeah, no, I like that. It's like the act of jumping into Mega Man like boss doors and stuff like and sliding into them,
right?
You know, and
yeah, exactly.
So like you're arriving like really dramatically. You know,
there's player expression there that I think a lot of modern games, because they're so animation led, are missing.
Yeah, the flagpole in Mario, I think, was really one of the first examples of that in some sense.
Yeah,
it's well said. Okay, the Wandering Jedi wrote in. Said, hi, CDC. First of all, thank you for always being there with content through the difficult times that your listeners may experience. For me, I lost my home in the Lahaina wildfires. Am I saying that? I think I am. In Hawaii last year. While luckily no one in my family was hurt, we did lose all of our belongings, including my video game console collection. The collection included everything from my original NES I got as a kid to my PS5 and gaming PC I used up until the fires and everything in between. Fast forward to today, I have just moved into my new house and just finished setting up my new PS5 and LG CX3 TV this week. I look forward to catching up on games such as Helldivers 2 and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth this weekend. Your shows helped me through this trying time, keeping me connected to video games even though I could not play them, and keeping me entertained while I transitioned from shelters to hotels to friends' couches and through the home buying process. My question is this. What is one video game related item that you own that you would pick to be safe in a natural disaster? It would be fire resistant, would not blow away with high winds, and could not be damaged by water. It could be a game, console, memorabilia, collector's item, piece of clothing, or something else entirely. Thank you for all the content you provide and have a great week. Well, sorry for your loss. I'm glad you're back on your feet. It's an interesting question. Dustin, you're a physical collector of video game goods. If you could put a protective barrier from acts of God against one of them, what would it be?
Yeah, this one's tough for me just because my collection, while it would be very expensive and annoying to replace, it pretty much all of it is replaceable. I don't think I even have any like key unique item. Like I have a copy of Twisted Metal that I had Jaffe sign. That's pretty cool. I could easily replace that too if I needed to, since I'm in a position where I know him and I could do that. So the first thing that comes to mind for me is like my Tomba 2 strategy guide, just because that's the guide that me and my uncle used that when we were growing up. So that particular item, yeah, I could find a new Tomba 2 strategy guide, but it wouldn't be the one. It's very special to me that it's the one we had. And yeah, I have my original Kingdom Hearts games. I guess you could say something like that, or my original NES or whatever. So maybe those are good options, but it has to be something that's tied to a memory. Those aren't my most expensive items, but like I said, all those are replaceable to some degree. So I don't know. I don't feel like it's the most fun answer, but I would definitely lean towards those things that have a specific memories attached to it.
What about you, Chris?
This is I thought initially about like some of my consoles, maybe. Like I think specifically my PS1. I loved that PS1. I still have it. I still use it. It is modded, so I can play burnt discs on it. Not that that's something I do anymore because no PCs have disc related anything in them. But I think it would have to be the legendary the Chief helmet that I got many years after, because it was something that I really, really wanted. It was like a Halo 3 limited, like legendary edition. And I couldn't get it. It was like so needlessly expensive. I was like a kid. I couldn't afford it. And then at some point, many years later, I think probably like 2017 or 2018 even, I realized, oh, I could afford this now. And so I went and got it, and it was like this realization of like this thing that I really wanted when I was a kid, and it's just like a really sick piece of, it even feels premium, like when you're holding it. It's just like a really cool thing. Everything else I feel like I could replace. Like, even as sentimental as I am about my consoles, like I could easily mod another PS1, and you know, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, and you know, there are games that I could get again, and all that. But I think the fact that it was that one specifically, and I got it so many years later and realized something that I wanted when I was a kid, I think makes that a little bit special to me.
Yeah, I thought when I was putting the show together, I was thinking about this, and yeah, it was my NES came to mind first, but the reality is Dagan and I have literally so many NES consoles in circulation at this point that I'm not even sure we could identify which one which one was the original one anymore. Between the two of us, we probably have like 10 of these things at this point over the years. So I'm not sure which one is even. We would probably be able to figure it out, I guess, by the serial number or something, but that would be cool because that was the console that I really got my start on. And, you know, as a young kid, and it's still my favorite console, and many of my favorite experiences ever are on that console. But then I was thinking more seriously, maybe my copy of Mega Man 3, because that is the copy I got for Christmas in 1990. And that's my favorite game of all time. So that would probably be something like that. Because I have a lot of cool signed memorabilia. I have a lot of things from Japan and collectibles and rare things and expensive things worth. I sold a lot of it already, as I told you guys. I traded a lot of the stuff that I owned that was valuable for a lot, like a huge cache of GI Joes. So I got rid of probably like half of or more of what I actually owned that was valuable. But there's probably still things I can get, and I'm not really attached to very much. I've really tried to tailor my collection to very specific things. Mega Man, I'll buy whatever, and then my GI Joe stuff, and maybe some Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy, depending on what is available, and all of the rest. But I try not to get too purchasey. I even got a little crazy with, you can't really see them, but I have like so many amiibo back there at this point. But I tried to only get the amiibo that I care about, like for characters I care about for some reason. I have a connection to. So yeah, I would say Mega Man 3, just because that's such a valuable experience for me and how I got here and got me started on my path in some way. All right, finally, Jeff Benson wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC. On the most recent Sacred Symbols Plus episode, you had a brief conversation about people watching you while you play video games, and I wanted to hear more from you all. Having people watch me in real time makes me worse at both video games and my work. I am a commercial photographer, because at least part of my brain power is now distracted dealing with the discomfort of the situation. After 15 years, I still haven't gotten used to having multiple clients and art directors and actors, etc., looking over my shoulder on a shoot as I am in the process of creating images, but I just have to roll with it. However, when it comes to video games, I don't want even a little stress or self-consciousness poisoning my me time. I'd love to hear more of your thoughts on this. Does the Sacred Crew all agree on this? Or is there something to be said for the potential of having an audience actually improving your performance or enjoyment of video games? I'm sure there's something to be said about that, but that's not what I want. I mean, in a major way, that's why I don't play multiplayer games. It's I don't even want to be amongst people where it's like it matters to anyone else what I'm doing or how I'm doing it. Like, I could be very good, I could be very bad, or somewhere in between, but I just don't want it to be relevant. And when someone's watching you, it is very relevant. I know Micah watches me pretty often, but I think just kind of tacitly as she's going about her business and vice versa. And I don't know that really that does anything to us, but I think like other people watch me play. It's a difficult thing. I don't like it. Chris, where are you? You stream a lot, so I mean, people are watching you play pretty often.
Yeah. I've cut down on it a little bit just to focus on other things, but I think I like it depending on what it is. Like, my favorite example of this in a real-time environment probably is playing Smash Brothers with a group of people. Like my friends and we're actually planning a 99 man Smash tournament on, I think, Sunday. So that's 99 lives basically.
Mhm.
And it's like a test of endurance, and a bunch of people are coming, and a lot of people just like to come and drink and eat and just watch people get frustrated, watch people get completely screwed, watch people's like sudden alliances come up. It's like, all right, let's gang up on this person, and somebody betray. It's fun. It's like a fun thing, and there is something that's added there that wouldn't be there if it was just, the four of us playing Smash, or even if it was just two of us playing Smash. There is something to be said about the added value of that. Or even when I was a kid, when we would play Smash Brothers Melee in the math room after school, because so many of us would still be in the school after school, that classmates would just kind of come in and pool around. There's something cool about that I do acknowledge and I do like. And I think it's I think there's something about that is kind of kept alive through streaming for me in that way. But generally speaking, no, I don't love, specifically single player games. I like to spend, I like to be alone. Like I don't necessarily like to fumble with puzzles in front of people. Specifically like Resident Evil. I feel embarrassed to play that game in front of other people. I don't know why. There's just something about those puzzles that are not difficult, but make me overthink to the point where I seem like a complete idiot.
Sure.
But there are other games that I think lend themselves well to it. Like I think Alan Wake was a really fun game to play with, like, a partner or something, or just somebody watching if it's like narratively strong. Or Red Dead Redemption 2, I liked playing that with my dad watching. So I think it depends on the game and the people, really. Like there are certain games that I would only play in front of my friends. There are certain games that I would only play in front of, family, or like there are certain games that I think I would like to show a potential partner or something like that. But generally speaking, I like to play alone unless it's like multiplayer stuff.
Dustin, anything to add?
Yeah. Well, I played all the Dark Souls games on stream, and I found that it didn't really affect. I don't feel like it affected me. In fact, at certain points, I feel like it pushed me to play better out of fear of embarrassment in certain aspects.
Pressure.
But the write-in mentions, Jeff here mentions being watched while you work. That I can't abide by.
That's impossible. Yeah, I can't do it. Yeah.
Well, at one point I had to. I think I talked about this a few years ago. Before, at my old job when I was a video editor and doing video production, I was working on the model train documentary that I've mentioned. And the guy that was creating this would sit in the office with me as I edited everything. And he was mostly telling me what to do, but there was a couple points where I kind of just had to be like, okay, let me handle this. And he would just sit there and watch me. And I was like, sometimes questioning what I was doing, not in a rude way. It's like, listen, I have a process. You're paying me to do the process. Let me do the process. And especially there are certain points when I used to do edits and stuff like that, where I would bring someone in, like in particular, Holly. I love bringing Holly in to look at things. She's like I always call her like Hitchcock's wife, because he would always have his wife review stuff. And she's one of the people that I really trust to have an outside look on things. And I like having her come in, but I don't like people seeing mid-process of stuff like that. It's like, I don't want people to judge unfinished work.
Mm-hmm.
That really bothers me. But separate issue from games, whatever. Doesn't bother me.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I like the question, Jeff. Thank you for writing into us, as all of you did on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Appreciate you. And that's it for this episode of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. Quite robust with conversation, though few news stories, though I think that is going to change in the coming weeks, as we noted. Sounds like there's a showcase coming up. Maybe we'll even have it by the next time we record, although I doubt it. Maybe 2 episodes from now. But next week, Sony financials and certainly other news we'll get into as well. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you, my friend. Go wait for Derek. He'll be there soon.
Yeah, he'll any minute now.
Yeah.
His horse will pull up.
Yeah. You'll hear like the horn announcing him as he turns onto your street. Yeah, and the coconuts clapping.
The coconuts.
Yeah. I feel like I'm waiting for my dad to come home with the milk,
Oh, geez.
Starting to lose faith.
Yeah, I understand that. It's been years. Got to move on. Dustin, goodbye to you, my friend. Have a good rest of your day.
Goodbye. I gotta say, guys, I'm holding out for the next track in the Drake Kendrick beef. I'm very invested.
Oh, I gotta look into this. I gotta investigate.
I think it's over. I think it's over because someone got shot. I think that's probably
not necessarily related though, to my understanding.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess so. It could be. Causation doesn't equal correlation or whatever the hell. But
yeah,
I'm a big Kendrick fan. I realized I was talking to Holly Tay. I was like, I think I've been a Kendrick fan for almost a decade now. So I'm very invested in this.
I'm surprised to hear that. Like, that surprises me. I had no idea. I guess we've never talked about it, but I'm surprised to learn that about you.
Well, people make fun of me. There were some comments like, "Oh, I don't want to hear Dustin talk about rap." It's like, fuck you, you know. But dude, Kendrick rules. Colin, I highly recommend Kendrick Lamar as a rapper. He's my all-time fave. And if you want to listen to one song from this beef, Not Like Us.
Not Like Us.
Yeah, I
Not
feel
Like Us from Kendrick Lamar. It's
very similar to Yakuza. If I'm going to do it, I got to start from the beginning. You know?
I can make a playlist for you.
Yeah, are you
just
on Spotify?
Listen through? I have an account. I'm Apple Music user.
Oh, okay. Well, you could just make.
I can still make you a little playlist.
Yeah, please do. That would be great. That would be very convenient. Thank you. I'll listen to it while I work out.
Yeah.
All right, my friends. Well, be well and take care of yourselves and everyone out there. Thank you for your love, kindness, and support of all things Sacred Symbols. Last Stand Media. Couldn't do it without you over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Merch at laststandmedia.store. We'll be revealing, we'll be revealing the next live show soon, but we'll also be releasing on Patreon episode 300 celebration live on video. So you can check that out finally. So we'll have more to say about that soon. More news from the PlayStation world forthcoming, no doubt. Talk to you soon. Be well. Take care. Goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.